maybe a few months. He was one of our favorites, though. He was so cool.
My little Versicolor passed, unfortunately. My first was my GBB, and they're still doing great.
Yeah? You have a green bottle blue?
Yeah.
That's one that Kayla wants because my dad was saying he used to catch those out in the desert.
When I was a kid.
They remind me of Van Gogh.
Oh, yeah.
So once I figure out the gender, we're going in that direction for a name.
Excellent. That's awesome. As we freak out, all of our friends. Just push that.
It's fine.
Probably still covering. Yeah.
I may have destroyed the backdrop. Well, welcome to episode 12. 12. It's officially 3 months. That's not really, it's foam. If you're knocking on that, this piece is foam. This is all wood. But these are foam colored to look like wood. But episode 12 of D&D on a Whim, Ocean Bound. Make sure that you're checking out on Tuesdays. We are streaming for Weave Blight, the second campaign, run by the lovely Alex. Where
Definitely love it.
I get to get across the table and make a fool of myself,
Well, whatever.
as I'm pretty sure. I think it'll be fine, but I think I'm going to be looking for a new party after tomorrow or after next week.
It's going to be interesting.
I don't know if we can. I think that everybody's going to die, except for me.
It's already looking pretty bad, but yeah.
We'll see. We'll see how
You
it plays
guys
out.
rolled literally the worst number that you could on my random encounter chart for you guys. At this
That'd be
level.
me.
Yeah.
No, I feel you.
Dropped to 19.
Yeah.
So evens were all no encounters.
Mm-hmm.
And then I
I've
had
caught on
like,
to that. Yeah.
359 or 357 was something, and then 9, 11, 13 was something, and then I had 15, 17, 19 as something. But 15, 17 were on its own thing, and 19 was like the bad one.
It's fine.
I did.
We're good.
Don't ever roll high numbers? No. Do you ever roll high numbers when that's a possibility?
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah, why
There's
not?
no other number I could roll.
You actually,
Assassin
I still
bugs.
think that
They're
you've
great.
been doing. Yeah. There. So one of the islands that you guys are supposed to possibly encounter at level 7, I was going to put them on, and I was like, no, I can't throw these things against level 7s. It's like, no, they're.
So brutal.
I don't think that we can stop it.
You can. Absolutely.
We have one round.
If Xylo holds up well enough, or you keep him up, he can set him on fire. Get rid of him.
You can only do it if you do it the first round. After that, they
Oh, that's
burrow
right,
too
'cause they
deep.
burrow too deep.
And you're just like, cool. I was like, that's fine. All we need is like cure wound. No, paladin. No, because a paladin could do it.
Paladin can get rid of it.
Yeah. So I'm just going to try to be. A cleric can't do it until level 5.
Yeah.
But we'll be fine. I am immune to disease, so I will go find whatever new characters you guys want to build.
Cool.
Just go look for some better experiments. Anyways, to continue on. So yeah, join us for that. The thrilling conclusion. See what we can pull off in that next week. Figure something out. But we are starting off on the 35th day of Ion, in the year 1347, aboard the Black Betty ship. As the day begins. New day's beginning. We're looking at, it will be probably the first day of Avandra that you guys will arrive at the Forever Seen Hills, as long as nothing too crazy comes up before then.
We keep saying that, and then the day keeps getting pushed back.
Hull's a little bit damaged. The helm is pretty much just destroyed. So steering the ship is being very difficult. The sails are a little bit more than halfway there, so that's good. And then the Bliston and Manglel don't really matter in theory, so you're good. Moving on.
In theory.
In theory.
Defense, but no.
Yeah, but you guys didn't use them for defense the first time. And any of the other times that you guys have gotten into any encounters with that. We're just going to make sure that we're all alive on everything and everything's poisoned. Looks like it's good. mute that. Cool. So we do have, oh, what do we have? Oh, we do have somebody there. Just making sure. But it is the 35th day. Tomorrow will be a holiday, Truth's Balance. Is there anything anybody wants to do today? Or what would we like to do as the day starts, more so? Oh, by the way, unfortunately, as you may have seen last night, our friend Net is sick. And rather than come here and bring crud to us, he's just going to stay home and relax and recuperate. But
It is the 35th day.
It is.
I just said that. Literally just said that.
I'm gonna go up and look for food and whether or not it is happening.
It's always, definitely, there's always a breakfast happening. Be it fish and freshly caught things, like mostly fish, and then some dry rations, which are a lot of like, there's a lot of, they have a lot of like dried fruits and stuff like that. They have like dried bits of like orange and just random stuff. It's not necessarily the best, the dried fruit, but it has enough to kind of keep the scurvy at bay. And then at times we have nice, fresh, delicious food all made up. Just kind of depends on Hila's decision on whether or not she's going to make nice, delicious, fresh food or not.
Or be spicy.
Or be spicy.
I'll make myself a nice big plate and carry that around as I try to see if I can find anyone else and see what they're up to.
Absolutely. Aboard deck, you've got Montgomery and his Steel Defender, the little version that looks just like him, but just like a quarter the size, making repairs to the deck. Rush, the first mate, is at the wheel, but the wheel doesn't really work as much, but he's at the helm just kind of trying to help navigate and make sure that the sails are pulling and that you guys aren't just kind of being thrown every which way, but you can actually work on trying to actually get yourself going. Mickey and, also Mashiri, Lorquin, Mickey, and Osnik are all on deck as well, working with repairs and managing the sailing of the ship. And then, of course, Baziba is in the kitchen.
Well, until I can make better use of myself, I'll be up there with Montgomery and everybody just hammering away and getting as much of the most important repairs done as we can.
Yeah. There's only so much that can be done while out on the ocean. Really need to be able to get on shore and start putting some work in.
Whatever we can do to encourage that process.
Absolutely.
Elo will come out first thing in the morning. Try and get up as early as possible. Whether any of them sleep or not, she has no clue. But try and get into the kitchen before anybody's awake, like right after she's done trancing, and just create food and water.
They do sleep. That's actually, right now, you can tell that it looks like with the intense repairs going on, Datiri, the captain, are definitely probably sleeping right now. Everybody just kind of switches, and they have
Some shifts.
just shifts where they can go and rest. For the most part, everybody gets an 8-hour rest period, and the rest of the time they're working in some way or other. Again, a lot of the ship handles itself, though it's struggling in its current condition to do so. But
First thing in the morning, just create food and water.
Absolutely.
And then I'll take a short rest basically immediately after and study the poison book. After
Absolutely.
that, go and hit up Dorgal.
yeah, Dorgal will work with you for the day and
Some
get that all set
bottle
up.
poison.
Yeah, absolutely. What would you like to do?
I suppose Quiz will be wandering around on deck, see if he can, anything he can do to make himself useful,
They can definitely use a little bit of help.
other than just
Towards the
staying
front.
out of everyone's way.
Right. Understanding. who all can do this for the day?
Would anybody like something to drink?
Yeah.
Give me more vanilla punch.
I do. Actually, I'll do one of those. I've had enough soda. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do one of those and I'll switch over.
I'll take beer.
Yeah.
There's vanilla porter, extra stout, and Guinness.
You have a preference, Chris?
No.
Um,
I'm a non-picky guy.
absolutely. But towards the front of the deck, Montgomery's Steel Defender. Basically, you have Montgomery, who's the Warforged bosun who runs the ship and works on it, who tends to really keep everything going. And then he has his Steel Defender, which is kind of like a child version of him, is the easiest way to describe it. But literally, it's a complete duplicate that looks just like him, but it's just like hip high to him. And is just up front helping with Osnik, the Kenku pirate type. And they can absolutely use some help. Does anybody have an open thingy? Mine's away on the far side over there. Thank you.
Teeth?
No. Not quite that old.
That's gone forever. Oh, there it is. Found it. That was a very short forever.
Fingernail?
Not even 7 minutes.
Not even 7 minutes.
It was like 7 seconds.
Pull a Dorogal and you try and use your fingernail. Pop that sucker off.
Okay.
That's a fun one.
Oh,
Dorgal
man,
wants to watch
I
it.
should have felt all that. That was just that went all the way up and down my spine. That was bad.
Yeah. Oh,
That one got you?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I still
It's
like
not
that.
even your fault. It's like I don't even know. It's just knowing that visual and just like okay.
It's just the roll where she just takes her finger and takes it and just rolls and snaps her nail off, and then he gives it to you.
Don't you think? Have you ever had to like do that to yourself, basically?
I've never had to, but I've accidentally done it for the most part before, where I just catch it wrong and just try to rip it off.
Well, I've had ones where like it's been like a smashed finger, and at some point like
It just comes off.
That's coming off.
Put half inch grinder at work because it takes those suckers off like
Yeah.
pop. There it goes. It's like
No, thank you.
Moving
My
forward.
fingies hurt.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice thing is it's really quick.
yeah. That's
You know,
true. It's like a
A
Band-Aid.
few months
You
later,
grow.
it finally grows back and stops hurting. Yeah.
Yeah. So you. Yes. Yes. No? Yes.
Yes, no, yes, no. No, yes, no. Fruit gems?
I wouldn't mind a fruit gem.
You want a fruit gem?
Yeah.
Go. Fruit gem.
I'll take a red fruit gem.
Red fruit gem? Anybody want a fruit gem?
I'm all right.
Because I'm like, oh, I won't have soda because I've had too much sugar, so let me eat some candy instead. Because that's great for me. It's fine.
When your pancreas blows out, you can play joints. When your pancreas blows out, you can play joints.
I will.
She's enabling us, is what she's doing. Damn it, Joyce.
So, you're down with Dorgal.
Yes.
The captain will call you guys together for a brief moment. So I know Muck is staying aboard the ship when you guys venture out into the hills. He's got Montgomery's there with him.
Is that this through?
How would you feel, and this is completely, your decision, but how would you feel if I requested to have Mickey stay and help with a defense of the ship if need be, as we will be stuck on land and in a situation where we can't defend the ship as well as we'd like, and B, more so help with repairs.
I feel like if Mickey is capable of helping, that is not a problem. However, he is adamant about protecting me, so I don't know. He is a knight in my service.
This is true. But if anything happens to the ship,
Then I live on an island.
you live on an island and he'll still be here. So,
That's true.
I mean, if you guys need him, you can take him. But if you don't, we could definitely use extra help and extra protection aboard the ship.
Is there something the ship does not need that could offer me slightly extra protection since he is staying back? I am usually accompanying Golrak in the front lines.
It's actually why we have Montgomery here. Montgomery will step out. I'm not sure what exactly it is that you guys need, but we can make the same deal where we can help you with enhancements on your armor, your weapons. We're thinking this is a shorter trip. I don't know. From what we know, there's not a lot to explore, so maybe not send you with the talk rocks. Instead, we could do something else. Defense is what you need. I could always enhance. Well, you've already got magic armor.
That is true.
If you switched over, you're in the Mariner's studded leather, right?
Mhm.
Could always get you some of the regular studded leather from the hull and enhance it. Won't be as great once you get out of the water, but while you're on the island, I don't think you'll need your ability to swim and float as much.
What about maybe there was a contraption that I have been blessed with this sight to use? Perhaps the
You have the right character.
hand cannon mortar blunderbuss? Maybe I could take that if Mickey stays back with a couple
You guys are
rounds?
talking about the Blunder Frost?
Maybe.
I mean, I don't see why not.
Know how to use it, and I would use it sparingly, only if we had to. But it could help.
I mean, Mashiri's getting down the ammo pretty well. You guys brought back a good amount of, we have a good amount of black powder, plus a good amount of bullets. She can turn some pistol shots into musket shots if you need.
We can also teach and help. We have seen how to make them. But having something like that in an emergency, I would feel more comfortable leaving Mickey behind.
I don't see why that couldn't be arranged. I mean, it's a powerful weapon that Mashiri also knows how to use for defending the ship, but we also, it's not as much to worry about defending the ship also, it's just we could use the extra hands
To fix it.
to fix the ship. Mickey's learning pretty quickly. He's also pretty strong, so he could help us with securing things.
For sure.
But as far as enhancements go, we can always enhance weapons to deliver a better blow. We can enhance the defense of armors. We can always do what we did for net with the mind sharpener. Is always nice for those of you who need to concentrate on spells. But you guys have 4 options. If you really want the Talk Rocks as one of them, you can take it, but it's only a couple days travel.
Right.
It's a pretty direct route.
That doesn't seem necessary for this one.
The only thing that could be, and the most useful thing for me, would be to just buff my shield somehow again.
Yeah, we can always enhance it. And give it a deflection bonus. Make it a little bit more powerful. Is there anything that...
Yeah, could be interested in the. Maybe because armor's better, maybe rapier better.
Armor, rapier.
Maybe enhancing one of these. And she'll point to the pistol she has on her belt. I can put that to use.
Perhaps. Let me just double check what it says. That's something that Dorrigal does. But Dorrigal has the option to... yeah. So... yeah, she could enhance a pistol to give it a +1 to attack and damage.
Sure.
If that's something you want to do.
Yes. I will take that.
I'm guessing Nat will keep the mind sharpener. He'll be like, yeah, I like this. It's working well for me. Because he's here enjoying the conversation and
Indeed.
breakfast with you guys. But, so we'll leave that for him. That leaves us with 3 more options right now. Right, yeah. So we have 3 more options that you guys can do. Split up amongst however you want to. You like the shield. It's always nice. You're talking about taking the Blunderfrost. If you take the Blunderfrost, probably let somebody else take
Yeah,
a thing.
if they would let us, it didn't seem like it kind of seemed like they don't want to leave it.
He'll let you. I mean, they'll let you.
Yeah.
They're reluctant. Don't use it unless you absolutely have to, preferably.
Right.
Because it's something that would be helpful. Save the ammunition for. Because that would be 1, 2, and then you could do rapier or armor. What are you thinking?
Armor.
So you can do that easily enough.
I mean, I was also kind of thinking armor of some kind.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something they can absolutely do. Get it all set to where you guys have a higher defense, the 3 of you, and then give the the mind sharpener.
And I will borrow the Blunderfrost.
Yeah.
If we leave Mickey behind.
If you die, can you send it back?
I'll do my best.
That's all I ask.
The point of me carrying it is so I will not.
That is the plan. That.
And it uses blunderbuss bullets.
Yes. Do you need the? Did you add it on?
Yeah, I added it. How many blunderbuss bullets?
Well, let's go ahead and check the captain and see what he has. He kept that in
A
the
bundle that has 5 shots in it.
There are 25 blunderbuss bullets. So yeah.
25, so that'd be 5 bundles.
Yes. And then yeah. Wanderfrost should be, it should show in there, right? Cool. And that requires attunement. It might not show that on there. Does it? I don't think it says it requires attunement, but it does.
Of course.
Because that was one that, because of reasons, I had to not have everyone say that it required attunement. Then I remade them afterwards, and it doesn't actually save when you remake it all the time. But yeah, so you get that all set up. They'll get that in place before you guys go, but they just wanted to discuss what the plan was so they can be prepared for that when you guys head off with the infusions into the Forever Seen Hills.
It doesn't say it requires attunement,
It does, though.
but yeah.
Yeah.
I've got the slots.
I would assume. Low-level person isn't fully attuned yet.
Right.
Happens. When you guys get there, the ship will be setting up on the dune sea, or the dune barrier, to make repairs. And so they won't be hitting up towards the rocks like they wanted to. But that'll give you guys about an extra little bit of a half day's travel. So you travel across the barrier and over into the water, across the water pretty easily, set up camp on the edge there. I'll show you the map real quick. You have more maps. I don't think you've seen it yet. That's where you guys are going next. So the ship's going to post up right in here-ish. Originally they were going to post up over here. You're going to go through, there's this large barrier reef that is basically just like a sand dune area around, but then it's a more tropical forested island. For the most part, the hills aren't too heavy, but it's rolling hills with kind of a rainforest-ish vibe. And then in the center, you've got some towers, which you can actually see from the exterior because it's the one mountain that's a little bit bigger in the very center there. And there's some ruins on there. In theory, that's where you guys need to go. So everything that they have, which is a lot of ancient tomes and a lot of information, will lead you there. Oh, actually, you are relatively new and you're relatively new. Both of you can see what we know about the Forever Seen Hills. We have a Forever Seen Hills. Yeah, Forever Seen Hills. Mist. Stay there. You guys can both give me. Are you trained in history or nature?
I don't think so.
No. Arcana?
I'm half proficient.
Okay. Go ahead and just give me a history check from both you guys.
19?
Ooh, nat 20 plus 3.
Damn.
19 and a 23. So the Forever Seen Hills, what they tell you about is that there's word of travelers going there and deciding to stay there, that people don't really want to leave. Some people say that they get, some people have been lost. However, both of you are like, oh no, I've heard of the Forever Seen Hills. That's one of those places where like people say there's not many survivors or that people haven't come back, but you've heard of people come back, and they've said that they've always heard weird sounds and noises that come from beyond the dune reef. And you actually remember an old song about it. And in the song, they talk about the joke about it being the Forever Seen Hills is that very few people can actually describe it and have never seen it because the place sometimes is cloaked in darkness. But it's an old song, and it has plenty of gaps in its logic. For the most part, you're like, yeah, the way the song's written doesn't really make sense because you can see the island and it's not cloaked in darkness. So, but that's the myth. And that's what you guys know about the Forever Seen Hills that you guys are traveling towards. Laura Quinn will come up to you as well after you guys finish with your meeting. And she'll say, how are you with sketching, drawing?
I'm okay. It's not my forte, but I've dabbled a little bit here and there.
Well, if by chance you get the option, I know you're looking for your brother. If you could help me with and she'll give you 2 pieces of paper, just as good of a drawing, likeness of him as you can, and then just jot down an idea of the history, who he is, what he is, so I can try to familiarize myself with him, as I'm working on the ability to be able to reach out and contact people from afar. Maybe we can help to discover what's come of him, where he's at.
It might take me a couple of days, but I'm trying to do that.
We have about a week left, as long as nothing crazy happens.
Famous last words.
But repairs are continue to be made. You kept getting a weird little side eye from this Kenku dude who's just kind of getting a feel for you. This quiet little guy, just working, but every once in a while just.
Did I do something to offend you?
Did I do something to offend you?
If I get that correct.
In here? He looks around.
Standing on the deck of the ship.
What in your head?
And that's how we all die.
Don't be lumping me into your bad times.
Too late for that.
Is there anything else in particular that anybody wants to do on the 35th day before we move into Truth's Balance on the 36th day?
Studying some poison really hard.
Wonderful. Studying some poison. Poison can be studied well enough. And that was... Oh, wait. Did you roll the 18? I think you rolled the 18 last, right? You were the last person who rolled? And you dropped an 18, I think?
Mm-hmm.
Or am I just thinking because the last night he rolled a 19? No, yeah.
I'm pretty sure we ended last session.
With him rolling an 18.
Yeah.
Which has been resolved for the 35th day. But that'll bring us to the 36th day. Truth's Balance.
Oh,
One of the last holidays of Ion.
I get a couple of attempts to open
Oh, you can get one attempt on that day as well.
30.
Whoa!
The box comes open.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, the box comes open. Inside of the box are 1,000 little, like, black beads. Like these just shiny little polished rocks. Very, very nice looking. Give me a intelligence check. They look really, really nice. In addition to that, there is a small velvet pouch that contains something.
I don't maybe do a check to open that because
Yes, I need a lock to untie the string.
Right.
It's a DC 35 thieves' tools. No. When you open up the velvet pouch, inside of it is a key. It doesn't necessarily look like it doesn't necessarily look like it's a key for this box, but it is a nice key. It's got. I can show you what it looks like if you give me just 1 second. If you want to pull it open. Looks like that.
crap.
Yeah, very intricate key is inside there. Just a nice little key. And then, like I said, 1,000 of these little black beads. And then a velvet sack. But you have it opened. And it does seem like,
Won't let me add it
huh?
unless it's.
What are you looking for?
I was gonna try and write that down in there,
I can add it in for you here in a moment. I just can pull it open right here. Do you want to do anything with anything in the box tonight, or with this key, or with life in general?
he's stuck on this ship, so there's not like he can do with the life. So no, he's fine.
Okay.
Eola's come up with quite a few options.
I will add the
Oh, shit.
contents of that. It won't. It won't say that the velvet pouch is there, but the velvet pouch is there. When you're looking at it too, this key, it doesn't look like this lock is designed for the key, but it does look like this key will close and like lock and unlock this box as well, if you wish. Find lock chest. I'm going to add some items here for you real quick. So I added those items. If you refresh, it should show in your inventory there. But, so move on to the 36th day. I will need a d20 from you to start with.
8.
8. Okay.
I feel like that's the number that we keep rolling, or shit keeps going wrong.
I do need another d20 from you.
Son of a bitch.
There's shit.
16.
16. So, not terrible. Manageable. Hannibal.
I'm gonna get to the first else.
No, you guys will be fine.
One day.
You guys will be fine. It's nothing terrible. There is a little bit of wind about. It's not terrible. It's nothing like you dealt with in the hurricane, but it's definitely a little bit windier and a little bit more of a stormy day that you guys are encountering. But I need everybody to give me a charisma saving throw at the beginning of the day.
You want me to roll for Mickey too?
Sure.
Mickey will be green.
Yeah. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see.
Here's what it is.
That's good, but
Make
that's...
charisma saving throw, and you say maybe with that, so our rolls don't fucking matter.
That's truth's balance.
I got a 27.
Holy shit!
That's a hell of a save.
Yeah.
I got 18.
18.
Well, a 19 doesn't do it, apparently.
No.
And Mickey doesn't have a plus 18, so...
What'd you get total? 20. For the rest of this day, even you, close, but I mean very close. It's a near impossible. But
I was like, I got a 19.
until the end of the day, you cannot speak a deliberate lie. You are aware of the fact that you cannot speak a deliberate lie. But for this entire day, you're incapable of lying. Almost as if you are affected by the zone of truth spell. However, it is currently affecting the entire material plane, and the save DC is based on as if Ione herself cast it, which is why you were very close, but not quite.
So many charismas.
It's not a day that you're supposed to be able to resist, and only the most powerful of people can shrug off the will of Ione herself. But if there's anything anybody is curious about, oh, and it sucks that Ned's not here for that. Oh well. He's dealing with his own things. But if there's anything at all that you guys would like to do on this day, you notice that the crew seems a little bit quiet, kind of kept to themselves. Working, but again, not as chatty, just kind of more direct about what work is work.
Ela is obnoxiously happy on this day.
It's a
Just
holiday.
bubbly, talkative. Of course, first thing she does when she wakes up, she's put out food and water.
Mhm.
And yeah, just saying hello to people. She'll go up on the deck. She'll do less reading on this day, but she'll go up on the deck and she'll play her lyre for a little bit.
You can't. You're incapable of lying.
Because it's a liar.
I can play my lyre, but I can't make it speak.
No, you're good.
Hold on. Wait a second. I'm going to drop a beat. No, it's terrible. It's terrible. She's not. She wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, people will address you back. Morning. But
Good morning, Baziba. Did you sleep well?
no, I did not. I never sleep well, but that's fine.
What prevents you from sleeping well?
Just personal things. Really.
Personal things. You have all the food you can wish for to cook with.
This is true.
Is that not a great
On the
thing?
days when you give it to us. Which is nice.
I will give it to you every day, Baziba. Every day.
You say that, but then you're leaving. In a week, you'll be gone for at least a couple days.
Yes, well, if you're not around for me to give it to you, that is not my fault.
right. I'm worried as well. The storm shouldn't be too bad. It's never fun though.
That is true. Well, at least this time you will not have to go out into the water to fish.
This is true. He wasn't fishing last time. He was in the water to catch anybody who got knocked off board.
Right. Well, I'm not talking
Yeah.
about that, but just in general for the day.
It's a form of fishing.
Different kind of fishing.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah,
Fishing
technically.
for crewmen, I mean.
Right.
So fishing.
But yeah, just everybody she passes by, just obnoxious, more talkative than usual.
Yeah.
Gorak, did you sleep well?
Always. Sleep like a stone.
Hard as a rock.
Like the day before, I'll get a whole bunch of food and chat it up with Ela.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of have a little picnic while she sets up her instruments and whatnot.
Oh, absolutely, she's down. Yeah. Even set out her little music box and kind of just chill, kick it with you.
Throw a little bit of fish to Dewdrop.
Amanita, where did you get Zudra?
It's kind of been a part of my family for a while.
Your family coexists with these creatures?
Yeah, they help us, we help them. When I left my family to find my brother, Dewdrop came along with me because we were just a little bit more bonded than the rest. But my siblings also kind of have their own little spiderling of their own.
That is really quite nice. Nothing like that where I come from. The occasional salamander. Things like that. Giant scorpions. But they are feisty. You have to kind of force coexistence on them.
That's still very fun.
Oh yes, very fun.
I appreciate all the creatures.
Of course. Quiz, did you sleep well?
As good as can be expected.
Better than the blank?
It is definitely better than blank.
Excellent.
In fact, I didn't get any sleep on the blank at all.
I would believe that, yeah.
So a bed of nails technically is better than the blank.
Of course.
At least it's not wet.
It's not wet, it's not bobbing around the ocean like a cork.
I don't know how did you survive? You were shipwrecked maybe a full day before from the hurricane? How long were you afloat?
Well, I saw the sun come up twice.
Ouch.
I escaped. They thought the manacles in their shackles could hold me. They gave me reasons to stay manacled and shackled. But once the hurricane came up, I didn't figure I need those anymore.
I would not either.
However, getting out took a bit of time. And like I said, you ever seen a ship do a barrel roll before?
Not particularly, no.
It's odd when the part that you're normally used to walking on is above you. You can find a lot of ways to get out, and the upside's down and the downside's up.
Yeah.
It's because of that I happened to find a way out.
Pretty resourceful.
Call it lucky.
Sure, I would say
Luck
so.
isn't my thing, but it was that day.
Glad to have a lucky person aboard.
Nothing wrong with luck at all.
No. Just playing and chit chat.
Absolutely. As the day continues, the storm does intensify a little bit. As a pretty strong storm does hit the ship.
Excellent.
It's not as menacing as a hurricane, but it's still rough. He's a little thrown off, but the crew comes together. As the captain says, for the most part, they don't have the hull. They don't have the ability to really steer the ship. So this is going to really just kind of batter you around. Hopefully, working it properly will mean getting through without having to worry about the ship getting too thrown off course. For that, we're going to start off, we'll have to make sure that we are really tracking the course. For that, I'm going to start off and I'll have you roll, give me a D20. So you're going to roll for Aiken, quartermaster, to try to make sure that he really navigates out the course. 2.
Damn it.
Aiken. He has a plus 10 or plus 8, so that is a 10. Was Aiken trying to see what he can do to try to set up this? Granted, you guys have almost total cloud cover and wavy ocean. You're trying to figure out which way is which and what's the best way to steer it. While the ship also randomly just turns because you can't really lock it going the same direction. But he thinks he has the course plotted out pretty good. You guys should be set. As the captain decides to start pushing into the storm that you guys are going to have to make your way through. I'm going to have you go ahead and roll for the captain. You have a plus 8.
El Capitan.
Roll 6. It's 14.
Doing his best to handle this. The ship is hard to control. With the hull being fully damaged, it is rough for sure. But doing the best he can, seems to have it pretty much on course and getting it set. Some of the crew starts to kind of seem a little bit thrown off. Some of you guys as well seem a little bit thrown off. There's this tense feeling after the damage done from the last hurricane that you guys had encountered. This isn't as bad, but you're still sailing into a storm. And it's still frightening. As Rush comes out to try to inspire everybody to get on point, to make sure that they're handling shit right. I'm going to have you go ahead and roll an intimidation with plus 7.
It's a 16.
And yeah, he comes out. Look, I know the last storm was a bit rough, but we've got this. We just got to get through it. Push through. And you're hearing this voice kind of holler out into your heads. But he seems to really be driving it home. You guys are like, yeah, I know. I mean, it's not a hurricane. It should be pretty good. Which brings us to, as you guys start to hit into the storm, you're trying to manage the sails, trying to make sure that the ship isn't getting slammed too hard and that the ship is holding together well. So if you want to give me a Strengths Tools Carpenter, he's got a plus 10.
22.
22. Montgomery coming in clutch, right?
All right.
They're there.
And then
Ledge them.
we've got
See 'em.
the crew check, which I will make instead of net, for a 22. So the crew comes together to really try to nail this out.
Woo. Thanks, Ned. Spirit.
It was close. It was a DC 15. But with the 222s and the 16, you guys do have a success.
Not Total success.
10 and 4. Not a total success, but a success, which means that the ship survives the storm unscathed. So you guys push on through the day without too much issue. Push through the storm. You've still got some night ahead of you, but it looks like the storm is starting to fall behind you. If there's anything else you guys would like to do during Truth's Balance. Anybody wants to pry or prod anybody in specific, in particular, specifically.
Not a nosy fella.
Quiz will find the little mechanical guy.
The little one? Yeah.
You got the problem with me.
Oh, so he's not the one who's staring at you. This was the guy who was staring at you.
Okay.
The Kenku.
Oh, okay.
The Genku.
And King.
Yeah. And you say, do you have a problem with me? Just looks at you, nod.
Why you give me the sideways glances?
Are we kind of nearby?
Give-
Or any of it?
So you have enough of an idea that he is a Kenku. So he works or he speaks through mimicry. He can't actually speak his own language. So, I mean, depending on what you give him to work with, he can work with you. But for the most part, he's just like. I mean, you guys are around. No.
Quiz. I know I have had some success talking with him, giving him yes or no's, and then he can mimic the answer he would rather use directly afterwards. So you could say, do you have a problem with me? Yes or no?
Oh no.
Oh, no. Are you scared of quiz? Yes or no?
No. No.
Not scared. Do you not like quiz? Yes or no?
No.
Not like quiz. He seems pretty indifferent.
Do you know quiz?
No, I don't know quiz.
I don't know quiz.
So he gives side eye because he does not know you, I think. Do you like E-11?
No.
Damn it. As you try. I thought we were making progress, but okay, alright. You've never had some delicious food other
You
than
guys are
fish.
expendable. That's what you are.
That is true.
No. Like. Ila. Expendable. It just continues working.
Apparently the word to exchange out for liking is expendable.
If that makes you sleep better at night, you go with that.
I don't understand what you are implying, Quiz. I think your first inclination when you were speaking to me below Zek is true. Be careful who you trust. But despite the side eye and the feeling something is always watching, because something is, I don't know what something is. She kind of like looks up at this guy. But, you know, I
I'm fine
personally...
with it. I just didn't want any false pretenses he might have to poison the crew against me. I've done nothing.
He walks up a little bit closer to you guys. don't trust. That is a horrible creature, unlike anything we've ever seen. You are expendable.
What is this horrible creature you have seen?
And that's how we all die.
He's very foreboding, a little bit doomsayer. I have fun.
That can ray of sunshine.
I just wish I knew of a better way to pry what he knows or has seen. Really, this ship is a mercenary job. They seem to have a full crew and will only make honorary crew members that they don't really give much benefit to, other than maybe less harassment when it comes to actually taking the test. But I would say that it's a safe place here. We have traveled with them for a long time. It is sound, despite the sign.
I'm perfectly happy with the place. It's leaps and bounds better than the last place I was at.
Better than the plank, yeah, no doubt.
Even before the plank. The piece of the ship that became a plank. The whole freaking ship was not a good time to be on.
You were bound, you said?
Oh, yes.
Were you bid to your tasks, or were you being transported?
Transported.
Did you know where?
No. Didn't know where it sailed from. Didn't know what ship it was on. Didn't know where it's gone.
For how long were you on this ship?
A few days. Before that, there's a week's worth of travel from where they got me.
From inland?
Yes.
They moved quickly then. These Solarians.
I suspect so.
Osnig, still listening over you guys. Leans in again. Horrible creature. Transported? Don't. Safe place? Bad times.
We are getting much.
I can tell.
Osnik, you are not in danger currently, no?
Doesn't answer.
Perfect. Absolutely remarkable conversation, Osnik.
Storm's coming.
Yeah. This grasp of the obvious is uncanny.
I don't think he is speaking literally. Something on the horizon, maybe.
It's kind of what I was thinking about the forever seen hills. They say it's cloaked in darkness. It might not mean the absence of light.
Are you saying something, what, evil?
They're just saying about what the song says. It says it's cloaked in darkness. They might not be speaking about the lack of light.
I have not heard of this song. Can you perform it now?
Not so much.
Not so much.
Not everyone here is a performer.
Well, that is true. I would not be able to sing much for you myself. But
I could sing for you, but I don't want to be tossed off the ship.
that is fair too.
Might not be so lucky to find me a plank this time.
Not if you're being tossed, usually. Well, I'm sorry that I am so full of questions. Just curious. That is all. It is always best to know what is in pursuit of us. If you say they are looking for you. So, any background, timing-wise, how they are. You don't necessarily remember seeing what any of your captors looked like?
No. No, didn't see any of them. That's the ridiculous part of the whole thing. I had a few, almost 2 weeks to contemplate what happened. The best I can come up with is they had a contingency spell, a sleep spell, that if this is unlocked without using the proper key, that spell goes off. One thing I know, I'm picking this lock, the next thing I know, I wake up and I'm bagged up and I can't see a damn thing.
That is an unpleasant circumstance.
The people I was working against are unpleasant individuals. Can't expect much less.
That is true.
Again, I underestimated the cunning of their spellcasters.
If they can cast contingencies, I would say so. I have not studied anything like that myself. Know hardly squat about it. Well, you are doing much better now towards the Black Betty.
Much better than a plank.
The offer still stands, I understand. You will need to see my power in action, but if there is anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out. Please.
Thank you.
So, Nosnik is still just kind of doing his thing, working along. The Steel Defender comes a little bit closer and he gets a little bit quieter and just seems to focus more on his work, less on what you guys are talking about when the Steel Defender gets close. But just kind of still doing their thing. Is there anything else you guys or anybody you'd like to talk to or anything you'd like to do on this fine day?
No, I'm quite good.
I'm good just snacking and playing and listening to music.
Absolutely.
Same. Finish out the day.
Yeah, good. Ela, my darling, you hear in your head. I am going to kill you and take your weapon from you. And I just want you to know that.
You are absolutely going to have to try harder. It's too bad you haven't asked me on a date. That would be more successful.
And the 36th day comes to a close. So move on to the 37th day of Ion. If you want to give me a D20 to see what sort of mischief we get into today. Can be just as bad.
20.
I have it all shuffled around, so that's fine.
20.
Yep, oh no, I
Okay, cool.
definitely got you.
Sorry.
What,
Just
did you
wake
say
up.
20?
Yeah.
God damn it.
It's not. I mean,
I know,
before
it's not, but
20
that
was
was
a really
still-
bad.
it's still
Well, no, 20 was.
Right?
Yeah, 20 was encountering, automatically encountering a ship, but no, 20's not necessarily bad or good. I shuffled them all around.
Right.
Actually, what I did was I wrote out all 20 of the things that you guys had, and I went 1 and I rolled a dice or d20. And I was like, cool, that's now 8, and then 2, and I rolled. And anytime I got a double until I got it all filled out. So it's completely random. But you wake up. Are you going to make food on this
Yeah.
early morning?
Same thing. She's just gonna do that same strat every day.
Mm-hmm.
She'll trance at the start of the night, just for those 4 hours, and then immediately, nice and early, before most people would be up, just fill up the kitchen area, and then go and rest and start reading. She'll start off her day just like the first hour or two, going over any one of the Dijin books before, and then she'll, when people start waking up, she'll delve right into the poisons.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, you can work with Doragal. You're working with drow poison.
Yes.
Give me a intelligence check. Dexterity check. They're the same for you, aren't they?
Oh, good. Well,
That's
that's a nat one. So that's a 5.
And they're the same, right? Dex and intelligence?
No, Dex is higher.
Dex is higher. Well, we'll go with the Dex. So, you said a 5?
5.
5. Okay.
Yeah, that's really hard to see dice.
Yeah, you're working with Doragal for a little while, and then we'll get back to you when you wake up. But you fall asleep, and when you fall asleep, you do dream that you're back in your music box, but it's empty other than the few chairs and everything around. And you hear this voice behind you. Everything is gone. What did you do?
You are curious?
Indeed.
My possessions are not only symbols of strength. They meld with me. They build. I go stronger every day. That is where they are, within.
Do you want true power?
I am on that quest, of course.
Do you long for a sense of purpose?
I have a sense of purpose.
To gather things you will then lose. What if I told you power was at your grasp?
I would say you are stating the obvious. And even within the dream, she'll put her hand out, summon the blade of Geb.
You try to summon it out. You summon the blade, and you watch as the blade, the edges just turn black and start curling up and wrap around, and these two tentacles are just grabbing your arm and just holding you. You wish for power, but you simply gain servitude. You become a stronger tool. I can free you from this burden.
It would have to be extremely worth my while. I have been crafted, as you say, into the perfect tool. And I am proud of who I am.
If you were the perfect tool, would you be here? And you see there's just kind of like this blur, and you're laying on, you can see, and it's you laying on a bed, just kind of set out, and you've got a wound that's bandaged on your hand, and Doragal is just messing with the bandage and pulling open your eyes and your mouth and just inspecting you. Storm was just looking over you. Imperfect tool.
Growing.
I would free you of these worries. I would free you of your desire for inconsequential things. You would be whole. And the voice, you watch as the tentacles just kind of melt and fall around, and the voice disappears. And as it disappears, you notice there's no longer that feeling that something's always behind you. And now you're just kind of locked in your music box. You try to leave and you can't. You're just in there. As you sleep, what would you guys like to do with the day?
Same thing as the last few days. Just make sure that we're getting as on the road as quickly as we can, so we can shore up and get this ship back in order.
Absolutely.
See you again.
After I have my delicious breakfast, I'm going to start working on my brother's sketch. Kind of frustrated that I don't have the painting equipment that I wish I had, but doing my best.
Do you say anything about wanting painting equipment?
No, I'm just kind of frustratingly sitting there, kind of erasing and scribbling, and then kind of redoing it until I get things just right. But
I think about charcoal sketches and stuff like that. Like you're going, you make up, like you mess up one thing, and then you have to like smudge it, redo it, and you're just like, now it's only getting worse. Great.
exactly.
Should have just left it.
It'll be fine if I didn't try to fix it.
Lorcan will come over and go, you seem frustrated. Is there a reason for this?
I just wish I had more painting stuff. I didn't think to bring any on my adventure.
Understandable. After about 30 minutes, she will bring you up from the hold a set of painter's supplies. If you want, you can add a set of painter's supplies to your inventory, and I will subtract one from the hold because I had 2 sets that nobody took.
That's true.
Now we're just kind of stuff to be sold off when you guys got there. Because you now have ill-begotten goods on you. She will also give you another sheet of parchment that's not covered in charcoal
scribbles.
rubbings and scribbles.
I still like roll the dice on Mickey's character sheet. It's just like sitting in the way, so I can't read the sheet.
So yeah, I'll start playing with the painting stuff right away.
Okay.
Clearly just instantly much happier.
Absolutely.
Quiz is going to attune to the key.
Take some time and attune to the key. Yeah. Absolutely. After a little bit of time with it, and taking a short rest, you get a base understanding of kind of how it goes through. And when you attune to it, you're aware of what it does, but you do have the feeling like there's potentially more to it, but you are incapable of grasping onto what else is there. But for now, you have this thing that can assist you. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
6.
As you're tuning to this key, what is it that you're thinking about?
It'd have been a whole lot easier to open this box had I had the key first, but
Absolutely. Alex, can you get me a major mail-in?
Yep. Just one?
Yeah, I want to be good for now.
I'd be cool with one as well.
Cool. Anybody else?
I'm good, thank you, sir.
As you're painting, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Painting with wisdom.
17.
17.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Very welcome. Dave?
And then give me an insight check.
Six.
6. You're picturing your brother when you're thinking about him in your head, and you're imagining times that he was working on sparring and his sword skills as you guys performed around, did that. And a memory comes to mind that you don't really recall having. But your brother comes up to you and goes, "One day I will travel far away and I will make legends that will get back to you. Don't," and he looks to multiple of your family as they're there. He says to you all, "Don't come looking for me. It's not important. What's important is that my legends find their way back to you. If you come looking for me, then have I really made a great legend?" You just remember him saying this, which doesn't necessarily, it doesn't fit along with the other memories quite well. But you remember him saying it to you. Just now, the memory comes to mind, but you're like, man, I just don't remember that from before, but it's there, vivid, as if it just happened, days before. Continue working on the ship. Golrak, give me a wisdom saving throw. As you're working on the ship, what is it that you are thinking about?
I would say nothing in particular, just trying to think about getting on to the Forever Sea Hills and what we can do to start to build up this treasure.
Wonderful. You give me an insight check.
20, dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You get this vision of you clicking together the last pieces of this puzzle, and seeing what lies before you, and you have this sense of accomplishment. You've done it. But it kind of starts to fall away from you. As you realize that it's not a vision, it's more of an illusion. it is a visual deception that something is trying to implant within your mind. And you get a feel that maybe some of these other visions you've had feel kind of the same way. But you're not sure which dreams and thoughts and memories are exactly what they seem to be, and what are these memory illusions. It's the only way that you can think to put it into words. But this vision of success is definitely not real. It is fabricated. It is a show that is being put on for you. Mila, you wake up.
Indeed. Hello, Zorgo. We have to stop meeting like this. I am sorry.
Give me a charisma saving throw.
That's awesome.
12.
12. She goes, well, perhaps we finish with the poison for today, and we start when it is out of your system again tomorrow. I will see if I can teach you how to not poison yourself with the drow poison.
I will get better. That sounds good. Thank you.
I would hope you get better before we try better poisons.
Takes time. You are a good teacher, despite my shortcomings. My head is not entirely in it. Tomorrow.
We will get you there. And when you do, you'll have true power. And as she says the word power, you are frozen in your tracks, incapable of moving.
Paralyzed.
Wow.
Yes.
Yep. Basically paralyzed. Yeah. Completely just frozen in place
Yeah, completely.
for a moment.
Completely.
Just for a moment. And then it breaks free. As soon as she says that, she kind of goes back to working, and you're just there, statuesque, stuck there, for what feels like a while, but is only a few seconds. Until finally you feel this, like, release from her.
She didn't cast anything at me?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is like, was that some poison or?
You didn't see any
Do I being a
casting,
weird
no
witch?
semantics, nothing like that. You could attempt to give me an arcana to see if maybe she had some sort of magic you don't know of.
Try that out. Oh, 10?
Everything you know about magic, she didn't cast anything. There was no semantic, no verbal components. You didn't see her like reaching for any of her materials. You notice that most of the time, almost any time she's casting something, she needs her alchemical supplies to do it. None of that.
Yeah. Just cruise on out.
Okay. Absolutely. As the 37th day continues on, is there anything you guys want to do? Talk amongst each other, discuss. So you're getting closer to your journey.
Not particularly yet. No, I don't think so.
Okay. Montgomery will come by at one point. So we're still thinking shield, armor, mind sharpener. Wonderful. Give me an investigation. Also a position.
9.
Did I hear a niner?
Big 9.
You don't know at all,
Okay.
so it's fine.
Because, yeah,
Because you rolled a 9.
9.
Well, you didn't roll a 9, but you got a 9.
I got a 9. I rolled a 6.
If you rolled a 9, maybe you would have noticed.
Maybe.
You rolled a 6.
I rolled a 6.
Let me just cleanse these.
Of course, because, one more I might.
Maybe.
But no. Not so much. Why? Because for my entire D&D career, my dice hate me.
Do they? Think of all the
That's
joy
the
that
thing,
comes
it's like the
from
forces
them.
of the universe be like
The
that
joy I
sometimes.
get is keeping characters alive in spite of what the dice roll.
In spite of
Yeah.
that bullshit.
Like anybody can just
The struggle is
roll
real.
nat 20s to success.
Right.
Yeah.
But,
I'm
anybody,
just saying.
not anybody.
You've
Not this
you've
end.
managed
Like,
to
I will-
roll an
beat my way
average
to
of a
success.
4 roll. Yeah, you've
Single digits.
averaged 4 on your D20 for your entire D&D success, and you've accomplished
It might be closer to
crazy
3.
things.
Amazing things, yeah. Might be.
I mean, it's definitely deuce heavy,
Mhm.
for sure.
Yeah,
Phrasing.
lots of twos. Yeah.
Phrasing.
Wonderful. The 37th day comes to a close unless there's anything specific that anybody wants to discuss on this weird day of visions and kind of odd feelings. Every once in a while, you feel
I want this fucking boat to make it to the fucking reef so I can get the fuck off of it, but we're fine.
Is that how I feel as well, Wisp? I prefer land. Sands will be nice. Even if only briefly.
you'll have half a day's travel through sands, half a day's travel on water, and then a couple days travel. I mean, you guys could always do one of the little mini islands inside of here to try to break it and do more days walking and less days boat or less of a day's boating.
6 1/2 a dozen.
Then you gotta carry the boat. I'd rather prefer when the boat carried me.
It's generally the thought.
That is one great use of Mickey.
Mickey
He
can
is-
carry the fucking boat.
he is-
Bring Mickey and go across the fucking island.
He is tasked with rebuilding.
Absolutely.
That is okay. We have the blunder frost.
Which I have it too.
You don't have it yet. They will give it to you the last,
Well, I
but
will
before you
attune
go.
to it
But you'll
when I
attune to it. Yeah, they'll give it to you the night before.
I'm not just gonna
so
like
you're
not
gonna
attune to it is what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Talking about what we're doing. I just want to make it clear. I will
You
attune
will
to
be
it.
attuned to it.
Absolutely. For the 38th day, do you want to go ahead and give me? Actually, I'm going to roll for net. We're not going to skip him.
Great.
The
I mean, I guess if something terrible happens, at least we can blame Ned.
Yeah, that's true.
This is true. It is 100%.
You know, when you get
his fault.
sick and you're not here, it's totally your
It's all your fault, dude.
No mercy. No doubt about the fact.
All.
The day starts. What would you guys like to do?
Quiz is gonna go up topside and try and make himself useful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ditto.
I will have made breakfast nice and early again, or at least given the wonderful food for Baziba to make breakfast.
I am once again happily enjoying.
Just plates and plates of good
As long as he
food.
doesn't- as long as he doesn't try to kill us this time. Damn it, you see. Your experimentation.
Then spend the first hour reading into the Merid book as much as I can, just for an hour. poisons. So
Absolutely. Just have to make sure this is all set. This is one of those fun ones that has a lot to it. No, don't wait. That's the same. And that's everything I need to know. Oh, no. This is going to be important. Wonderful.
Wonderful.
You guys enjoy a great breakfast, and you are continuing throughout your training and attempts to make repairs on the ships. Both guys give me a strength check. Just the two of them. We're specifically working on repairs.
16. 25.
Okay. You're helping a little bit. At this point, several days, the hull is kind of makeshift. The hull, which was reduced to 0 hit points, now has 5 hit points and is functional at sailing the ship, but pretty much
the helm?
the helm. What did I say, the hull?
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure the hull was not at 0.
No,
hit
That's what I was going to
points.
say. It's like,
Helm.
we'll be on the
It's
bottom.
0 points thing in the hull.
That's pretty much not a ship at that
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
Oh, man.
No, the hull is still at 581 hit points. That's fine. The helm was at 0 of 50 hit points,
Yes.
but now it's at 5 of 50 hit points. So, I mean, it's coming along. You can kind of gain steering of the ship at this point, but not great. But the day starts to get into early morning, and you'll hear from aboard deck, from off towards the front, sails!
Let it be those tight beacon motherfuckers, and you will immediately will go up on deck. Probably just interrupt her training with door call.
I'm up on deck, right?
Yes.
I whip out the spyglass to see if I can assess any of the situation.
Yeah, give me a perception with advantage.
Tell me it's a beacon. Go back.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You're seeing a longship. There is a flag hanging from it that looks kind of makeshift and new. It has like kind of horns coming up in red with some orange lightning that you think maybe they're trying to make it look like fire. It's really halfway thrown together. But it's something. And you're seeing that it's crewed by humans. Everybody you're seeing is humans. Definitely much more than what you're seeing on your ship. But not necessarily as many as you've seen on other ships. And you're getting glints coming back at you as well, which means they're watching you guys.
Can I tell if they have started to make their way or change course at all?
They're headed this way.
Best I can tell you guys, it looks kind of like some sort of rinky-dink, maybe, possibly another pirate ship, to be perfectly honest.
Let us prepare the Mangolel and the ballista.
We're not firing the ballista.
No.
We could attempt. We're not firing. I mean, we could possibly fire the ballista. Sorry, we're not firing the Mangolel. It needs some time, and we haven't even started working on it because
Isn't less
the hull.
The hull?
I mean the helm.
Yes, we are sinking.
Oh my god.
Dang
Yes,
H words.
the hull is destroyed again.
Just
Why
be
the
careful
fuck
of those
I've been
face
working
he
on the
has.
helm when the hull needs the fucking attention. How the hell is that possible?
But it's a longship. Longships are vessels that rely on a rowing crew and sails to move across the sea. These ships are typically used to carry soldiers into combat. A longship makes it easy for troops to get on and off quickly. So it's perfect for engaging in surprise strikes. Generally, you've got the makeup of it is pretty much light rigging, rudder, and sails. Generally, you've got a captain, about 5 officers, and probably about 30 sailors, give or take.
Yeah.
And you're seeing less than that. There's not a whole lot under.
They have some kind of weird flag that I don't recognize in any kind of way. Like, it seems very strange. Like it's horns
much
and
smaller
like
than
some
yours.
lightning or fire. I don't know what it is. But I don't know what's going on with those guys.
Hila's already
Ships
pulled out her
kind of-
musket. And she's like,
Yeah,
"Can
ships getting closer and moving through. The crew's kind of going through and they're eyeballing them. Crew's not talking amongst each other. But you'll catch that odd feeling where
Thank you.
every once in a while somebody just look at it like in surprise of each other. So you have that feel that they're talking without talking. You always get that weird vibe. I mean, most of the crew, a lot of them at different points have been able to speak to you directly into your mind. So you feel like they're possibly doing that. The captain has mentioned before that one of the magics of the ship allows the crew to link their minds together. That's part of the reason why they can also handle this so much better. But
They're talking with each other,
they're
but
going
not with
but they're
any of
not
us at all.
talking out loud at all.
Or
Unless you guys
or
direct
or to
something.
any of us.
Not allowed to anybody, and they're not directly saying anything. But they're getting stuff prepared, and they're going through, and things come out, and you can tell pistols get checked, stuff like that. So they're on guard, but
Well, I will make my way around to the captain and ask him if he's got a... Captain, do you have a preferred course of action? Are we going to try to evade? Are we going to rob these people? Are we going to bluff them? Well, like, what's your ideas here?
it doesn't look like they necessarily would have a lot to rob. Longboat doesn't hold as much. I mean, yeah. That is what it is, right? Let me just make sure we're looking at this.
Well, given a choice of rob or be robbed, I'd rather do robbery.
Well, I highly doubt they have the capability to rob us.
If
So what do we
if they seem to want to
sink
rob
into
us,
the bottom
we
of the ocean then?
yeah. I mean, if they sail on, they sail on. I don't really care. If we talk with them and they have anything, then they have stuff. Who knows? We can talk with them, see what's going on. I haven't
Alright.
seen anybody new in a little while. We can at least give them an eye. If they seem hostile, we should be able to get a feel for it from a distance.
All right. Sounds good to me then.
I wait for the word.
Absolutely. I don't have a long ship, so I'm just going to not put it on there unless we need it drawn. But I'll draw it if we need it.
Talking about the flag.
Through my spyglass, I saw some kind of goofy flag. Something with some horns and maybe like some lightning or some fire. I don't know. I couldn't tell. It was looked very homemade and very fresh. Like somebody had just done it up and thrown it up their mast.
I wouldn't be putting much trust in that.
I don't know about trusting much in anything, but I feel like our options are kind of limited. 'Cause even right now, like, I'm not the type to suggest running, but we're not in a state to do so anyway.
Don't think we'd be doing much running, but could definitely be prepared.
Both my colors look the same, but these are more red. This is
Red.
more red. This is,
Red and orange.
you can tell how red that marker is. Since the other marker doesn't work anymore, I'll put it back in with the other markers.
Just like we do.
There we go. That's a little bit
Now
more
we can
red.
laugh at Alex when he picks it up to write something, throw something in there.
Yeah, try and put
It's
something
always
red
a
on
fun
that.
surprise.
It's not working. I'm just gonna.
I set aside the markers that don't work, and then randomly those are the markers that work, and they just choose something kind of like that. Imagine that on
Okay.
an otherwise relatively gray sail.
Okay, on a sail.
It's on like a, well, it's definitely a flag.
It's a flag.
They're definitely
But
like
it's
put
sail
something out there,
material.
but it's like something that's made that doesn't look like it's something that would normally. I mean, it's shoddy a little bit, to say the least.
What is that, like wings?
It looks like lightning or maybe fire. I don't know. You're basically looking at that. You're like, and exactly. Some people are like, is it lightning? Is it fire? Like, is it wings?
Is it mandibles?
Could be mandibles.
Could be painters.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Take your bets.
Um,
The fucking predator, the four things going at it.
the ship gets closer still. Not sensing any direct hostility. More curiosity.
Oh no, we're definitely curious.
Coming from them as well. As you guys approach and the ships get near side by side. As they
Definitely, like,
come
musket
along.
over her back.
Mhm. You can see they've got a decent bit of people. Normally, a long ship has a crew of about 40. You're seeing about 35.
Who's the mechanical guy on this ship?
Mechanical, this one? Or the little
Big
one?
guy and little guy.
The big one.
So the big one, and then this is his steel defender.
He's gonna. Chris is gonna hide next to him.
Absolutely doable. As you guys come along, and the guy steps to the edge of the railing. Ahoy, ahoy! Fancy seeing you out here.
Oh, why? And you are?
I'm Gloomybeard, captain of the fiery devil.
Gloomy beard.
That's what they call me. Captain Gloomybeard. You're looking at human, probably mid-30s. He's got kind of a scruffy beard that's starting to show decent bit of white and stuff like that coming to it. He's wearing a very, very nice coat that seems to be slightly too small for him.
I like it's too small. It's never too big.
And who might you be? We're worried you might be pirates at first, but you don't have a typical pirate crew. I'm guessing most of your people are hiding below. Is it because you're afraid of the banner?
absolutely gloomy build. We are shaking in our boots. Particularly, our business is our own. We are travelers to you.
Well, we are travelers as well. We hop from island to island, from ship to ship, from shore to shore. Me and my crew are world-class mercenaries. You guys need some mercenary work. Ship looks rough.
I think we have it under control. Or is that too hasty, Captain?
You look over at him.
Captain's looking.
I think we have it covered. But if you're looking for treasure, there is the Black Rock Island. Further to the north, you might find some exceptional equipment.
Yeah, the people of Black Rock don't like mercenaries.
That's unfortunate.
We don't do a lot of... Well, and you see people are poking at him, kind of talking to him in the back. I got this. I'm cutting now. We don't do a lot of work for free, you know. But I've got quite a few shipwright aboard. And we've got... Sorry, I do need that one. Oh, don't lose my place. Okay, there we go. Sorry. 9.5. What do we got for 9.5? We've got the best bosun in town, Drizzly over here, who he will be able to help you up right for a bit of coin, bit of trade goods. I don't know what you guys got.
So you are hurting for work? Is that my understanding?
Good mercenaries are never hurting for work, but you're
So are
always
you good
looking.
mercenaries?
We're always looking for work.
Of course.
We had a bad run of things. Old Captain didn't know what he was doing. Let us out in the middle of nowhere. Almost got us hit by a hurricane. Supposed to be picking up some trade goods. So, well, we dragged him under the ship. And now I'm captain, and we're looking for some good work. I'm just saying, if you need it, you want to spend some coin, we can do that. We've also got some trade goods ourselves if there's anything you're looking for.
I'd rather be back on the feckin' plank than have these fuckers working the ship.
I'm not particularly interested in seeing their capabilities. Golrak?
I would say no. I think we're quite good. I think we're doing all right for ourselves.
Well, it
Appreciate the feckin' offer.
is very kind of you to offer to assist us. Of course, offer your services, as it were. But we are self-sufficient, and what we have is our own. No work will be had for you from us this day. Unless, Captain, anyone? We will kind of look to everyone else on the ship.
I mean, I don't know if we have much to pay him with, but any help in repairs, be help in repairs. I don't know how good they are, but we're going to be working on the ship for a while. Hopefully not much longer than what you guys are out for, but...
Have we done what we can as far as us sailing on the damage? We need to be docked, no?
We need to be docked, yes.
Well, it seems. I'm sorry. Gloomy Beard?
Yeah, that's me.
Gloomy Beard. It seems that we have confidently handled most of the damage that we can without being zonked. So, are you saying you are some magical experts who can assist us?
We're not going to be able to help you here, but I'm guessing with where you're at, you're going to sail to a nearby island. You're going to dock. You're going to come ashore. You're going to let the tide fall out and make some repairs. Am I right?
That is the logical conclusion, yes.
Less than
What I'm saying is, I don't know how your guys are, but I've got some good shipwrights aboard. I've also got a good crew that will help to protect your ship while you're there.
Captain says we don't have much to pay you with, unfortunately.
Big ship like that, you gotta have something.
We have goods as well.
Rocks in the hold.
I can also supply you with food, water.
Food and water's always good. Trade goods are good. We'll work for many different goods. Just depends on what you're thinking. The captain will kind of step in. It wouldn't be the worst idea if we're setting up, preparing, and we're by ourselves. Pirates come by. They're more likely to investigate the ship. We could probably hold off anything that comes even without you guys. But at risks, we run that risk. If we can unload some of this Chronopolis trade goods onto them, that's less stuff that we don't want to explain how we got aboard our ship. It's more room for you guys to get me better shit on my ship. And if our ship's docked and there's another ship anchored just a little ways out, there's less inclination for passers-by to want to investigate.
Well, how do you feel about the security of the ship?
They won't come aboard our ship. We'll work it. I'm not worried about them. Take all 34 of them together. I'm not too worried about it.
Great to take us on.
I think we could easily defend ourselves.
They're definitely either underpaid or overworked. A lot of them are hungry. A lot of them are... They were struggling. Get a feel that their last captain led them on a wild goose chase or something stupid.
Well, does anyone want to be the bearer of good news for them? I can do the honors.
They think you ought to.
I think they'd love to hear from the Great Eagle.
Gorak, you handsome man.
As she walks up to the edge of the ship.
Well, Captain Gloomy Beard,
Aye.
it is your lucky day. We have goods that we would like to trade for your services. We are, in fact, looking to travel to an island, to Zok, and make repairs. If you help us in this, we have many things that we can offer you.
What kind of things are you offering?
Oh, just about everything from A to Z in the way of trade goods.
You guys have armors, you guys have weapons,
Got some of that, yeah.
you got food, you got rations, you
We
got
have-
water.
Many things for food and water.
You got gemstones, coin.
Maybe less, depending, but some. But a plethora of different trade goods. Lanterns, instruments, fine goods.
We can spin around, catch your wake, follow you on down, send one of mine over. He can walk, get a feel for it, and he'll let you know what will work, maybe work out a deal.
For fuck's sake, I'd rather be riding a plank.
Or if the captain agrees to those terms, I don't see why that could not happen.
Pretty standard. Set up the terms between both.
Yes. That works. Let us keep on and move the process along.
Yes, I love it. Well, we'll send old Handsome over for you.
Oh gosh.
He's my first mate.
Oh gosh.
First mate.
Who we better than Hanson?
Mr. Hanson, eh?
What the fuck sort of crew we got?
And there's this human who's not
He's got a 7 for it.
great.
Hey,
Um,
he leaps and bounds better than a 6.
That's why they call him handsome.
it looks decent. He's got really like puckered lips. Aside from that,
You got man bun?
very cut jaw that comes down, and he looks like, I mean, he's built well. He's young, pretty handsome, well shaved, short cut hair. But he's like, yeah, they call me handsome. And one of the guys like, get us a good deal, fish, and slaps him on the ass as he kind of climbs aboard. As first mate, Handsome Fish joins the crew. Everything on this ship is 100% random, and I love it.
First mate, handsome fish.
Handsome fish.
Perfect. Handsome fish.
And he will come aboard.
Oh shit, you really just fucking walk around and...
You may call me the Great Ela. This is, and a welcome, the Black Betty.
Man, that's nice to meet you all. Shall we start discussing payment below deck?
Of course.
Absolutely. And he'll kind of go through and, if you guys want to, Laura
Muskets put away.
Quinn will travel with you guys below, and kind of work out some of the details on some trades behind. Does anybody have anything they want to throw in to sweeten the pot? I know you mentioned food.
I will definitely, I can offer food and water.
I'd be happy to expose any kidney they have to daylight.
Don't think that would be much of a help, but thank you.
Because I kind of like how you think.
But don't tell Net.
I have 2 days worth of rations. They probably don't.
I mean, they're willing to take some rations. Do you want to do anything else with like giving them food?
I have flasks of water, but yes, I will cast.
They have some barrels that are running a little low that have fruits and water and stuff like that in them. They're looking like they're definitely in need of heading to an island within the next little bit anyways. Somewhere where they can find fresh water or extra goods.
To not slow us down and to give you the best benefit for, the blessing given, I can create exactly 45 pounds of food and 30 gallons of water.
They'll make some room, and you can do that. And you see, as soon as you create the food, the whole crew just goes to town. Like, they're living off rations right now, so they're stoked at actual food, actual meat that seems to have moisture to it,
Yeah.
fruits that aren't.
It's not the
Terrible.
most tasty stuff, but it's good food.
You don't think that they're capable of tasting it in the way that they're
just
putting it down.
inhaling the food. Yeah.
Just making it disappear. And when they see that you just magically bring it out, they're just like, just go to town.
Always tastes a lot better.
It's true.
I'll pull out my alien pipes and play them a fun little jig to help boost morale.
Yeah. Yeah. You can definitely tell they're probably not in the best of conditions as far as morale goes, and their crew morale. But probably not the worst. But from what you're getting, and you can kind of get, as some of them are kind of talking and stuff like that, you're a little bit so, yeah, I'm glad we threw the officers off board. We're already doing better with Gloomy and Handsome. So you get a feel that they're maybe a week out of a fresh mutiny.
Nice.
Yeah. But they'll start to trail along
I'm sick.
afterwards, after a little while.
Should I have to deal with a leper coming in a bunch of fucking years?
They are useful.
Every once in a while, I mean, sometimes captains suck.
This is true.
You get a bunch of you get a mercenary ship full of people who are like, let's do some work, and the captain's like, oh, I think there's work over here. No, there's not. I'm pretty sure there's work over here. We can find work here. Oh, no, we got here too late. And then
Third
almost
strike,
sails
dude,
you
you're
into a
done.
hurricane, and you're like, yeah, no, we're done with you. But that's some of the vibes you get from the bits of conversation you're hearing, and from some of the crew will just kind of just say aloud, oh yeah, that one over there is thinking about how, and you know, they'll just discuss about it.
A story.
Rush is a good one. A lot of times Rush will be like, yeah, so that one over there is talking about, thinking about how their last captain cost them like 3 weeks of absolutely no work. Got them late to 5 different jobs. Pissed me off a little bit too. We always go to work though. But is there anything else you guys would like to do on the 38th day as the fiery devil follows along?
No. Just chilling. You didn't happen to spot any other floaters while you were adrift? Is it?
As far as I know, that's the only one that survived. It's pretty amazing how quick a ship sinks when the mainsail.
Is underneath it?
No. Skewers the ship like a freaking barbecue.
Yeah, that is bad.
It was quick.
Not here, Black Betty. She taps the side rail.
Cool. That's all there. So I don't need this anymore.
Ela will pull out her harp and play. Amani.
Absolutely. Laura Quinn will join in as well.
I'm sure Ned will bust out the drums.
She'll pull out her bagpipes.
Nice. Excellent. We have
Yeah.
quite an arrangement.
Very loud.
Yes.
Well, the harp. I mean,
It's
Big
actually
pipes.
it's twangy. It's definitely like an Egyptian simi-samea hand harp. Like, it's meant to be played while sitting down. She can carry it, but it's definitely meant to be played while sitting down, and it's very like percussive, loud twangs.
Absolutely. Lorcan rocking the bagpipes pretty well. As we move on to the 39th day, go ahead and give me a d20.
No percentile yet?
Not yet.
It's a 12.
Oh. Okay.
Oh boy.
Let's get to it again. Then let's do this real quick. As the day starts, is there anything in particular you guys would like to do? Give me percentile.
Excellent. Same old at the start of the day, like even before the start of the day, after the 4-hour trance. Make food in that first hour, and then immediately short rest, just read.
Do you want to just make food for yourself, or do you want to make food for the other ship as well?
She'll double cast it in that first hour.
And then they'll transfer some over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect. They can do that. They'll make them handle it.
03.
Oh,
Oh, no. That's a 93.
93.
It looked like double zeros, but as I get closer, that's a 90.
Oh, that's 90.
That's 90. That's 90.
Give me 2d20.
Tootie. He said tootie.
He said 2.
What would you guys like to do as the day gets started off?
2d20.
I'm just gonna
19 and 5.
grub down some breakfast and then go find a way to make myself useful. Seeing as we're like three days off of making landing still.
At least. Like 4.
Today's the 39th day, so you got the 39th, the 40th, the 41st, the 42nd, and then the 1st. You guys should be good to go.
5 days. 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, you'll be arriving on the 5th day. I don't need that. I need. Give me. Ooh, this is an important one. Give me percentile.
More percentile.
There's your percent.
More percentile.
They're looking for 52 to 68.
How about 96?
Oh, shit.
Yeah. How about it?
He says with a smile. Great.
Alright.
I would never. Give me a D6.
Oh my god. All right.
5 or 6 would be best.
5 or 6 would be best.
You don't
Yeah.
roll 1 or 2 on this.
1 or 2 could be really fun, but 5 or 6 would be
The best.
the most murderous.
How about 5? Am I rolling like great sharks? Did I roll a dragon turtle with some like great sharks?
No, of
Sea
course not.
Are you
turtles.
smiling?
And one more percentile?
Another percentile? Oh my god, what did I do, guys?
This one's all you gotta do.
Oh no. Ned, where the fuck are you, buddy?
Goodness.
59.
Okay. And we have that. D10?
Another D10.
Might not be needed.
These.
But we'll...
That's a 7.
Okay, yeah. So that's actually perfect. That makes
I
no
like
sense.
that dice. I wish I had more of a set like that. Pretty cool. But it was one of my random ones.
Wonderful.
You're wonderful. You have to butter them up a little bit after you do something like this. He can hear you. Oh shit. See, what are you talking about?
Hell yeah. As you guys continue on.
What can I say besides you're welcome?
What would you guys like to do for the day?
Eat food.
Do I get my
Play
short rest
music.
in?
No, never. Ever again. No, yeah, you get your short rest in.
Alright, cool. Just have to
Yeah.
make sure. Get this business.
I'm boring. I'm just gonna continue banging away.
Nice.
Absolutely. Give me a strength
I
check.
didn't know you had a drum.
If you can give me a strength check.
Drink. Oh, jeez. Throw my 19.
Yeah. Definitely helping with getting some stuff going. A few members of the crew are over inspecting from the fiery devil. Not too much though. They just let one or two over. A lot of them have to row and whatnot. They don't have as heavy a sails as your guys. Though your sails are damaged, they do some rowing to keep up. And they seem to be in better spirits rowing at this point. As you move along, you're working on that. Give me a performance dexterity for a painting. And I'm guessing you're proficient with painter supplies?
No.
No? Okay, that's fine. You're still, you're still good on that. Still just a performance, you're proficient in performance, so I'll give you that. But you'll be using your dexterity instead of your charisma to see how good of a painting you are making.
28.
28.
Oh my
You make this
God.
immaculate painting
Secret
of your
skills.
brother.
You're like, I really need
idea
painter's
I can do
tools, and then just become Picasso. God.
Along with that, you also write out this elaborate story of your brother, but you just make this and you're like, I don't want to give this away. But you make this wonderful, wonderful painting of your brother. Laura Quinn will study a little bit and like, wow, you're such a phenomenal painter.
It's kind of psychedelic. It's got a lot of the Fey background going on. Kind of got his aura, a lot of metallics and like golds. And he's blonde. He's kind of in his summer form, so he's got long blonde hair and he's just got like this glowing skin and he's like fiery eyes.
She's like, this should help quite a bit. I'll see if I
Saffron
can
belongs
do it.
in the desert.
Are you hitting on my brother's?
What?
Portrait?
I don't understand what you are talking about. Hitting on?
Norquin's like, I wanted to help you find him before, but, we'll be sisters maybe. It'll be great.
How do you say deeps? Zeeps?
That one gets around a bit.
Excuse me? I take what I like, thank you.
Clearly. I save myself for only those who are worthy. She makes her goal rack isn't like within earshot.
She's like looking around like, did this bitch just say something?
Yeah, taking off your earrings.
You've seen that man throw a hammer? It's amazing.
As the day goes on, is there anything else anybody would like to do other than maybe get me a Pepsi?
Just one Pepsi?
That's all I needed was a Pepsi.
It was
Just
just
A
one
Pepsi.
Pepsi.
She wouldn't give it to me.
Anyone want a drink?
I'm still good.
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Good. I'm fine.
I need
Yeah, you
to
are.
have my energy about me to handle this one.
Good.
Give me perception checks, everybody. One person roll really high because it'll be fun.
Including Mickey?
Yeah.
22.
I will be the green dice.
Of course you will.
Call it a dirty 20.
You sure perception?
Sheer perception.
11.
I got 17 and Mickey got a 10.
As you talk with Laura Quinn and you guys are performing and you guys are looking at the painting as she's just trying to familiarize herself. And you cannot really catch in much more than that. 22?
22.
17 and 10.
20.
And 20. 20 22. Every once in a while, you think that no. It's just like a green light. Just off on the horizon. It's like when the ocean comes up and then it's coming down. You're seeing these waves. Every once in a while, you just see this flash of green. So this is kind of bright green every once in a while. Like there might be something there, spyglass out. You're like, and you see a couple of crew members every once in a while too. I mean, you don't have a spyglass. You have a spyglass, so you don't see anything. But you get a feeling every once in a while when you're not paying attention, like there's this little flash of green light. A little bit closer every time it flashes, but you don't see anything. There's not necessarily anything directly. It's relatively close. You guys say or do anything about it?
I have a spyglass. I can't really tell what I'm seeing.
I'll go find Handsome and be like, hey Handsome, you guys possibly being pursued or followed by anybody?
Absolutely not. Why, are we seeing sails or something? And he'll pull out a spyglass and... Is there something I'm unaware of? Inside joke or
Not
something?
specifically.
Oh. No, we should
Does
be...
anybody else on the crew-wise see what's going on?
Give me an insight.
10, solid 10.
Yeah. Every once in a while, a crew member will flash over spyglass right around the times that you're seeing this. And you're seeing that from the crow's nest. There's something going... I mean, there's definitely a spyglass popping out. You don't see him, but there's this big spyglass up there that he's got, and he keeps kind of shooting it off the same direction as what you feel like you were seeing. At one point, Rush will go over, and you see he just kind of grabs the thing, and he just like lifts up. You can tell he's being like carried up, and he goes up to the crow's nest. First mate Rush.
Can I like mentally reach out to Aiken?
Can you? I mean, you're not really necessarily connected to him, so you don't really have
Well, I
that.
try to then.
Yeah. Not directly getting anything. I have to. Oh, Rush will kind of. What are you thinking about?
Do you know what that is?
Doesn't seem to be anything in particular. I'm trying to find out. But I've seen some green light. Probably maybe some coral, maybe a school of fish. There's nothing major. We're
Excuse me.
I mean,
Sorry.
it's probably close, and we're not getting the signs of anything major. We'd know if it was thinking about us.
Okay.
Not getting the feel that anything over there is thinking about us. So that's good at least, right?
If you say so.
You see something out there?
Maybe. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I think a couple other people do. I just see a little flash of green. And
I
can't-
trust
Really?
She pulls out her musket.
I can't tell what it is in any kind of way.
Hila, if you want to climb on up here, we could show you what we're looking at. If you want to climb up.
There's green light.
Aiken, can you see
That was
me?
Rush. Yeah, Rush.
Can you see me?
Always, Eli. I can always see ya.
Good.
I'm just saying, every shot off that thing comes out of your treasure.
It is my treasure.
I'm saying the next cut. We're taking every shot off.
Oh yeah, because I wasn't the one out there collecting all of these.
Well, if Rush is less than concerned about what's going on, then I suppose then I'm less than concerned about what's going on, at least for the moment.
They're definitely concerned, but yeah, you get it. I mean, you're not sure exactly what that means, but they said if they were thinking about us, if something was thinking about us, we'd know about it. So, yeah.
If you do see something, go back. Point me in the direction.
Absolutely.
I guess we're not in.
Quiz, are you any good with weapons? You didn't have much on you, it appeared, when we pulled you aboard.
Not a whole
You
lot.
okay?
Don't tend to give too many people things to many people and they put them in a bag.
Right.
Everything I found from the time that the ship was this way to the time that it was this way.
Right. So say something was to assault us, so you have something with which to defend yourself.
Oh yes.
Okay.
You got what, rapier on your side?
Got the rapier.
Any good with that thing? Great.
At least he's honest.
We didn't ask the other day, but I will take you at your word.
There's a moment for just a second where you guys everybody sees this green flash off to the side. Right outside. But
Great.
you're not, I mean, it's not that far away from the ship. But
a whole lot closer when I first saw it. This way.
But you're not seeing anything when you look. The day continues to progress on. If there's anything anybody wants to do, particularly.
Weren't we like side by side with this other ship?
They're trailing behind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're falling at a
200 squares.
Are they?
Yeah.
The green flash or the other ship?
Or sorry, no. The green flash.
I mean, it's
Or 120 feet.
120 feet.
Never mind. That's
It's hard to
60
say.
squares.
It's hard to say.
That's right.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's maybe within around that, but it's definitely within a mile, for sure. Probably like within half a mile, but not really sure exactly what's going on.
I would just cautiously continue work, being keenly aware of that I saw that green flash and that the crew members are aware of it, and again, maybe not specifically overly concerned, but paying attention.
As the night starts to kind of set in, what would you guys like to do? Dusk approaches.
I'm gonna ask Ela if she would like her portrait done.
I would be honored, Amanita. I don't have much to pay you with at the moment.
I'm not asking for a payment, friend. I just want to hone my skills.
I would love it. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I'll climb up into the crow's nest and hang out with Aiken and see if I can just get a better view of what's going on.
For sure.
Easy for you to climb.
That's just like a good wait for this.
Must be nice.
Yeah. Yeah, you can absolutely start with that. At one point as well, you will get brought what seems like a really nice piece of like canvas. that's been stretched and pulled over a really kind of shitty wooden frame to make like a decent canvas. As Osnick will just kind of walk up and just be like, just give it to you. Just kind of walk off.
If you are interested, I could always perform a reading while you paint.
Sure.
If you are familiar with the art of tarot and fortune telling,
I am.
I can give it my best go if you would like.
Could be fun. Could be scary.
It could be. You never know what lies ahead. But that is kind of the point. We have an opportunity to find out. This eerie green light in the distance. Maybe some insight. Or maybe some insight to where your brother is. We will see. If you may, because it is your fate we are reading. If you can cut the deck. Perfect. Amanita. It is a pleasure to do a reading for you today. First, we must gain a grasp of your fortune until now. I have drawn the Wizard card. A powerful force within your past, magical, making a lot of sense given your heritage, of course. The weave travels through the plains in really unknown and mysterious ways. The wizard, however, with the wizard tending to symbolize skills, mastery. Of course, the will and power, creativity as you paint. Your people are skilled in arcane arts. This is not news to a fellow elf. But wizard, say, wand in hand, robed, showing a cosmic wandering. You have been set out on your adventure to find your brother. I see now an authority figure who has the power to do good. I have a great feeling that this could be your brother as well as your family. But it does mean that creativity and good resources are needed to overcome present obstacles. So present obstacles being the miser. Of course, representing a stinginess, but something that is hard to let go. Is it possible that maybe you have seen or heard something or remember something in yourself that is difficult to let go? I think that is what is maybe hindering progression in your quest. The miser is a potential of a outside force also acting upon you, keeping something from. But you have discovered the Black Betty and the Great Ela, and with your companion Dewdrop, the Raven will guide you in your future. The Raven, of course, resembling travel, but a watcher over things that are to come to an end. I think you are set upon your goal well, you will find your brother. It is in the guards, for sure. But the raven is also foreboding. Some things do come to a close. Not necessarily things like living, but relationships. Ravens tend to have small flocks or be solo. I hope that it is a symbol meaning that wherever your travels bring you, it brings you closure for your brother. But that you get to remain and have all of us as friends. I am confident you will reach your goals. It is in the cards.
Friend. Very excited. And optimistic.
I tend not to be as foreboding as most. Plus, truly, unless I were to draw something like death, the cards symbols mean more than, actual literal meanings, of course. Which will take them away.
Light starts to fade as night starts to take and the sun. It's just the last few rays that shoot off of the ocean as night starts to take. But as night starts to take, there's this glow about the clouds above and the ocean around you. And as the last ray of light disappears, to the side of you, you see a ship. You guys are traveling about 300 feet behind you. There is the fiery dragon. Fiery devil. But about 100 feet behind you and about 500 feet off to the side, you're seeing a full warship. The warship has a green glow to it. And as you look at it, the sails are completely ragged and torn. But the ship still moves as if it's capturing the water. The sides of the hull of the ship have holes and cracks, and the wood's splintered and rotten. Aboard the ship, you see humanoids moving about. But as you look at them, you notice that there's a good mix. The crew that's zombies, rotted, faces missing, obviously just old, dead bodies moving about, hoisting sails and pulling about and handling the ship. And then there's others that have little flesh left and are mostly just skeletons that are pushing this ship along. Amongst them, though, a few flashes of purple light as these purple glowing figures move about, look off to you guys, and they're looking off to the fiery devil behind you, and they making calls, and you hear these wails and moans coming from the distance. And then you notice on the hull there is the last creature of the sea, this black figure made almost out of shadow with glowing, piercing light as eyes, commanding the ship. You notice a few of them about, these dark, shadowy creatures that seem to be void of all light and life, commanding this crew. As it moves along, and you notice that there is a sail. On the sail, it is what looks like a moon, but upon further inspection, you realize that that moon is a dragon that's turning and holding along the moon. You hear wails, you hear screams, you hear just all sorts of sounds coming from this ship. What would you guys like to do?
Great. Dead things. Maybe have treasure.
This should be interesting.
And carve them down. Unfortunately, I'm not sure they will serve Geb well.
Yeah, I'm not sure I know how to kill dead things.
Aim for the head. That seems to work with most things.
That's
Rush comes out.
Noted.
He goes, you got a decision to make right here. We could probably make it away if we just went full speed ahead, but we'd be leaving the fiery devil behind. They're going to get caught no matter what. We can go and try to save these guys, or we can save our own asses. Depends on what you guys... I don't know how you guys can handle dead things. Kind of depends on what you want to do.
Oh, I can handle them rather well, like most things.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen over there. And he kind of pulls out the spyglass and looks, goes, some of them is incorporeal. You do anything with that? You know what that means? Like they're not really there. They're
I
like...
know exactly what that means.
Yeah. I would say we're talking wraiths, specters.
Great ways to deal with them.
If you think you can handle wraiths without becoming a specter yourself, I would go for it, but I'm not trying to fuck around with things that like to eat my life.
I agree with Rush.
We play it smart, keep our distance.
It's a thought. Do we go full speed ahead? Or do we break off to try to... The decision right now we need to make is, are you guys going to go and try to fight them? Or are we going to save the fiery devil? Or are we going to save Black Betty? I mean, most of us aren't going to fuck around and fight with that. We're going to defend the shift.
I can't do much personally. Never fought dead things before. It's not normal.
A lot of them over there aren't... I ain't got much of like
I
a
vote for Black Betty.
indication of what... we don't have an idea of what they're thinking.
All my stuff's in here.
Push full speed ahead. We got one vote for Black Betty. Do we have any votes for the Fiery Devil? Nat will raise his hand. I'm guessing. I feel like he would want to help them.
That seems okay.
We haven't paid him yet, so I mean that's kind of a bonus.
Thinking we should help Battered Devil.
You good against like wraiths and things that like scratch you and like eat your soul?
Not good much at anything, but it's better to have them along than not.
They at least can be gunning further, and we can gauge the damage.
You can see the ship's at about 400 feet now, and it's kind of closing in alongside. You're definitely seeing there are about a dozen of these black creatures floating about and moving around that are compelling other things.
A dozen?
About a dozen. You're looking at
Not
this
game
point, you're
for
thinking
anything,
it is a
but I like
full
my nuts.
warship.
Right.
You rolled warship, yes. And from what you're getting, and Aiken has his spyglass out and be like,
A roll back?
looking, yeah. Aiken will be like, looking at about 30 skeletons, 30 zombies, put it at about a dozen wraiths, at least half a dozen specters.
Do you all have area of effect?
No.
Do we have Blunzerfrost? Do we have...
I've got a firebolt.
Blunderfrost, you'll see at this point, Mashiri's on deck, and she's got Blunderfrosh on her back at this moment. Because she's going to use that to defend the ship if he needs to. You said, like, oh, I'm good at that, but they know she's good at it. We need a call made. That's 1 Black Betty set, 2 Fiery Devil. What are you guys thinking? We owe them nothing.
Closed in on us. After it's done, the Fiery Devil comes after us. We might as well stay here and help the Fiery Devil.
We can move on. We're not moving at full speed because we're keeping up with or we're letting the Fiery Devil keep up with us. We're moving faster than that ship. Plus, that ship's going to have to stop and deal with them. You know, the way I'm thinking is maybe the Fiery Devil's actually the ones that they're after. They didn't try to cut us off. They're trying to cut them off. Maybe they did something. Hell, they said they drowned the captain. I swear, you drowned Captain Runefang. He's going to haunt your ass.
We haven't been bonded with them. I'm just saying.
We haven't paid him yet.
Also
So, like,
haven't paid them.
we don't really, we were just at the negotiation stage. Not really set. It just depends on what you guys want. We can slow down.
If you think you can outrun that, watch the way it closed.
It's been closing all day.
Right?
If we push hard now, it closed on us while we were going at their pace. We start going at our pace.
If we can outrun it, then we can outrun it.
Son of a bitch, let's just outrun it.
Full
Save
speed?
Our own little tails.
Full speed.
We still have Hanson aboard.
No,
Okay.
none of the crew is aboard.
Are we chatting there too?
He's just
The
made.
security
He had a really
No.
lucky day if he was on deck.
No, none of them is lucky enough to be on deck.
No, stop running away from my ship that's getting attacked by this undead thing. That's fine. I'll stay here if I have to. Oh no.
Everybody give me a D20.
Are we adding anything to that D20?
No, I'm just looking for D20's baseline. I know what's being added to it. 2.
Deuce.
You roll a 2.
11.
11. 10.
That's one.
Nat 20. And net exists as well. Nat 20.
Thank you, Net.
Um,
I hope, maybe.
Yeah. The other thing you're noticing as well when you're looking at them, they don't necessarily look like, I mean, the zombies and the skeletons don't necessarily look like normal people. They have kind of canine stouts, a little bit of a hunch to the back, kind of like pulled over and taller than what normal humans would be.
Zombie Knowles.
Probably was a ship of gnolls. As you watch, the ship starts pushing ahead. You guys start to hit the full sails, worrying less about going exactly that way and more about worrying about what's the fastest way we can go away from them and catch it. Maybe go a little off course, but that can be corrected later. You listen as in the distance as the Fiery Devil starts to drag a little bit behind. You hear some pistol shots start to come off. You hear screams, cries, wails. You hear the sounds of blades clashing against steel and flesh. And you hear nothing.
Ela, the whole time, standing at the back of the ship and just staring at it.
And I'm still in the crow's nest doing the same thing, just like watching the whole thing go down.
Yeah, absolutely. From what you can see, the ship, and from your crow's nest view, you can see that the ship just kind of comes along, and then at one point it just passes over the ship, as if it's not even theirs. They just cross paths. And when it's done crossing, you see the ship is just covered with skeletons and zombies and these black creatures, and they're attacking at it. And you see as people fire off shots that seem to just go through these black creatures, tear through people, and moments later you see these kind of purpley, glowy creatures come out from them as they're creating specters and stuff from actually murdering off the crew. The zombies, the skeletons seem to slash at people, knock them out, but you're watching, it looks like the wraiths are specifically just going through and just trying to create specters. Just lay waste into them. But as that's happening, it's happening in a distance. You can see the the ghost ship peels off and comes back and is trying to keep distance. The ship obviously stopped rowing at this point, slowing down. You see as some skeletons start to jump up and they're tearing at the sails and everything. The ghost ship starts to slow down and the other ship just kind of disappears and they both fade off into the distance. So the ocean just slowly gets to the point where they're gone and unseeable.
I'm glad he didn't stick around to find that out.
Nobody else saw anything close to what I saw?
Aiken would have seen it pretty well. Rush, you can see he's floating up and he's holding on to one of the edges, and he's just watching off.
It's like, guys, I know it's uncharacteristic, but we definitely made the right decision.
I don't think that it was uncharacteristic, Gorak. I think that fits our MO perfectly. But somehow I don't feel right. I am sorry, Ned.
And she will go downstairs.
Absolutely. It's a quiet night. Not a lot of people talk. Not a lot's going on. The crew, you still have people who come up and manage the crew and things are going on. Montgomery, who usually goes in and just kind of, it's kind of weird because Montgomery walks down into the hull, down into before the hold. He just kind of walks over and it looks like he just like is inventorying the entire area, but he sits there for about 8 hours like that every night. And then we'll come back up, but he stays up top. And while he stays up top, the Steel Defender works through the night, making repairs and such. But the rest of the night passes. It's a quiet night. Every once in a while, you just get that eerie feeling like you hear chains or screams off in the distance, but you're thinking it's probably your imagination, probably the ocean. Let's move on to the 40th day. You'd like to start off and give me a roll?
Do it. 15.
15.
Well, different than what I rolled.
Different.
Do you want to roll me a d6?
Well, it's closer to a deuce, but... 3.
Gotta roll high when it comes to encounters.
Of course.
Or happenings.
What would you guys like to do on the 40th day?
Same morning ritual. Make food. Rest. Read. Eat food.
Absolutely.
Sounds like I can do some arts.
You're doing any poison work?
Yeah, so after I do that for the first couple hours, I'll go and continue to try and work on some drop poison.
Absolutely. When you go to Dorgal's room, it's closed. Kind of knock on the door. You hear nothing from inside.
Zorgo, are you okay in there?
And of course, like when you walk up to the door, you almost smack your face in it because you're just so used to like
She
you walk up and the
literally
door
opens the
just
door,
opens
like-
up every time you walk up. So you're like,
Yeah.
and you call out and you don't hear anything initially. You will, however, I have. That's the one I'm looking for. Right there. Oh, right, yes. After a moment, the door, you hear a clicking noise. The door just lightly opens. Just the handle turns, but doesn't fully open.
Eva will prestidigitate the door open.
Just slam it open.
When you do, the door goes off in the corner holding a strange book. She's reading through it. She looks to you.
You are okay?
We had much potential last night. I feel like you guys are better than what you think you are. And you could have brought me many gifts.
I was agreed with you on that, Zorgo.
Wraiths and specters can be used to make beautiful items. But alas, I was the only member of the crew to vote to save the poor souls above the fairy devil.
That is unfortunate, Zorgo. I wish that we had more voting power, especially not just us as a team, but us as the full Black Betty. And
Did you not?
fear the worship.
Did you not each cast your stones into the decision?
Certainly seemed like we were to be the expendables.
Yes, all things are. You are what you are, and I am what I am.
Of course. But a little more faith in our abilities would have procured these substances for you, and would have procured, potentially, living shipwrights to help us repair our ship. But
I would also like to see wraiths gone. All of them, every last wraith. As it was a wraith that took from me my baby boy.
praise have on you a personal damage and trauma.
They said it was something much worse than a wraith. So I went looking into the swamps. I went looking for her who takes children. And she showed me it was not her. She showed me how to be what I am now. The blessings. Her blessings are upon this chamber. Which is why I stay in this chamber. Not everybody on the crew likes her blessings. Like your friends do not all like the blessings of Kep.
Interesting how these morals or feelings often prevent them from making the most beneficial judgment. I am sorry to hear what has happened to your son.
I will be making a list of what I need to create ghost touch oil. And I will make you all ghost killing oils. And we will find this dragon ship. And we will kill everybody aboard. Including those they raised from the fiery devil.
I was like that very much, Zorko.
I also don't like gnolls,
No, not particular.
but
They are literal Zogs.
this is true. I shall take my day to read my journal, and you will work on not poisoning yourself alone.
Absolutely. I will be ready when the time comes. I am with you, Zorko.
Thank you.
And she will let herself out.
The door closes. Yeah.
Well, guys, I just had the most interesting conversation with Zorko. I would say that she is working on something to make us better equipped to handle what we saw last night. That way, if it does come back to us, we can dispatch it easily.
That makes me feel a whole lot better than dealing with some spectral spirit touching entities.
Does bring me some comfort.
There will be a day of reckoning for the Dragon Moon ship.
Is that what we're calling it?
I guess I don't know. It probably has a cooler name, but they're dead, so we don't know. Quiz, you have ever seen this ghost ship?
Everybody can give me a history check. You have advantage because you're a bard as well. Because, it's a bard thing.
Trained in it, that's the rule set.
Oh, well, we're gonna go with this next sheet.
So that's that. Total of 17?
15.
11.
8.
You guys don't hear anything, but Net will let you know that in his travels, he heard. I rolled an 18 with him.
Thanks, Ned.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you said that's Net. Yeah.
Thanks, Ned.
No,
Thanks, Ned.
he did hear of. There is theories of a Knoll pirate ship that they said was sank by. Well, it was a full warship, and it got sank by an army. But every ship that was involved with that army ended up getting attacked and sank. And indications when looking up, like finding the sunken ships, dead, bloated crew members and stuff like that underneath, they all looked like they were ravaged by gnolls. So there's this theory that this old ship, the Twilight Dragon, is an old gnoll ship that travels around certain areas where, for some reason or another, they were sunk. But it is a gnoll ghost ship, warship, known as the Twilight Dragon. If that's the one. He's like, I don't really think there could be that many more stories or legends of gnoll ghost ships.
Yeah, I feel like that fits the bill pretty well. Probably the right one.
Potentially.
Potentially.
But tomorrow is the 5th question. The day after will be your last day sailing, and then the day after that you will arrive on the Forever Seen Hills. What would you guys like to do?
Same line ritual.
I was about to say I got my routine for right now.
Absolutely.
This time, Hila will seek out Quiz pretty early in the day.
Quiz. You say you are up for challenges.
Always. You got to test yourself every day.
You've been doing a lot of swabbing. Yes.
To help you pass the time.
Well, it might only be a short time. It is the nature of my people. But could I fancy you with a challenge? A
Suppose.
friendly sparring session?
Don't feel like getting my ass kicked today.
No? Well, it is only the great Hila you will have to worry about. A challenge?
Why ever would I want to challenge somebody with the name of Creighton? The Creighton?
Oh, yes, you are right. I am intimidating. I am sorry.
Indeed.
Well, if you are ever up for the challenge, it stands. Something to pass the time with. You did say you are a man for challenges.
Oh, yes. But I'd like to have a chance. Going against somebody with Creighton and not much of a chance.
I understand. I figured I would throw it out there, trying to get a gauge on you. Lots of swabbing. Not particularly interested in actual treasure, but the acquisition of it. We are experiencing challenges on the ship, albeit slowly. But I guess what I'm saying is I just don't want you to be rusty when the time comes. My night will be on the ship. We will have quiz. I just want to make sure quiz.
I keep my metal
Is
polished. There'll be no rust.
Alright. Alright. No rust. I will take you at your words. Just chillax
On the deck, playing her.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Of course.
God
damn it. Ah, yeah. 8.
Cool, I don't care about your surface thoughts. Give me another wisdom saving throw. We're going deep.
Deep. Going deep. That's 14.
14. You get this feeling like there's something in your mind. Another presence. Something. There's no wings. It's a boat.
Something on the sail.
Yeah. You get this feeling of this presence going through, and memories are coming forth, and you're seeing yourself fighting and climbing and sneaking and dealing with many of these different things and times in the past that you have sparred and stuff like that. And something's just coming through and just tearing apart the feel of how good you are at fighting, and just kind of pulling it apart, and you just feel this presence there, and then it's gone. It's something wanting to know just what you are capable of. That something is on this ship. Someone or whatever it is. It's close, and there's this presence you just kind of feel at times, but specifically now you just felt it reach out and say, I'm not playing this game. I want to know what it is. And it has more of a feel of what's going on.
Because it does.
But you absolutely were 100% aware of the entire process, as it almost feels like. And at times you see these like red rope-like tentacles blackened over with almost like a slime that seemed to kind of almost tear pages of memories out as if it was going through and just switching things like it was reading a book. And every time I'd pull a page, it would kind of come to life and you'd see that memory in your head and just went through and just kind of shuffled through the thoughts that you've had. And then, of course, this is happening and Hila's just right there by you as well, just curious.
Literally telling you that she's curious about your capabilities. Yeah, wonderful. That's great. Thanks for that.
You don't get
You're responsible for that.
even with your, well, let's actually double check that. I'm pretty sure that, yeah. With your insight well enough, you're like, you don't think it was necessarily Hila. Like, you're not getting that vibe from her. She's just kind of talking to you. And she almost looks like, for a moment, you go quiet, just out of defensive mode as this is happening. And she kind of looks at you curiously for a moment. And you get a feeling like she's not aware of what's going on. She's almost expecting you. From her point of view, it almost looks like you're about
On
to
the
say
edge.
something. You're on the edge of something, and she's just kind of like, no, nothing. And then the moment is past. As the 40th day comes to a close, unless anybody has anything specific they want to do.
Will this day... So the 39th day was the day that Dorba wanted to be alone? Or was it this
That was the 40th day.
Oh,
The
okay.
39th day is the day that the Twilight Dragon
Gotcha.
warship killed
Yeah, so
the Fire Devil.
she just do her
Handsome
own
Fish
thing.
is dead. Forever. Gloomy Beard, gone.
Gloomy Beard, gone.
Gloomy Beard's pretty gloomy.
Yeah, I took notes on them all, and underneath them I put dead to the ship.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you rolled the ghost ship.
And they're gone.
You guys could have probably saved a good portion of the crew, but that'd have been rough. There was 14 wraiths on that because of the warship. And every officer and then the special engineers and priests became wraiths. And then you had your entire... You had a ship, and then you also had soldiers, which all became skeletons and zombies. Yeah, it would have been fun. You guys could have handled.
We would have put up a good fight. I don't think we could have handled it.
So we
was like-
certainly would have tried.
It was like a crew of 81. Or no, sorry, crew of 80.
Well, because, you know,
Been fine.
81 would have done it.
Right.
Yeah.
But 80, we could handle
80.
80's a
God,
walk in the
this shit.
park.
Yeah. I'll have to roll and see. I'll have to roll and see how many specters that gets added on and keep that on hand. As we move on to the 41st day, if you would like to give me a d20 roll to see if there's anything specific that happens on this day.
19.
Okay. Give me one more d20.
8.
8. Okay. Not bad.
I feel like we've rolled that one before, but I don't know what it was.
It wasn't what this was because you guys haven't rolled this before.
This is all new shit show.
Any specific things that we want to do outside of our normal situation?
Hila will occasionally on deck, just checking the weapons on her side, pulling out daggers, and just the occasional like training, making sure that she's not rusty, but always kind of like trying to catch Quiz's eye, give him a little nod, trying to like juggle some daggers. Catches them, she's them.
Oh, he is wonderful at this.
Pulls out a couple sickles. going through her like whirling dervish practices.
I don't know there's a reason why I didn't take up job on your challenge. Didn't want my ass kicked.
Surprisingly, don't tell anybody. Not so great with these. They are too close.
She's holding the sickles.
They are little clanky. Much more like have to put muscle behind them. They are nice for blade dancing.
How sharp are they?
Not as sharp as they could be.
If you fix that, you don't have to put as much muscle on.
That is true. I am not very good at that on my own. Unfortunately. Are you some type of smizzy?
Oh, certainly not.
I was going to say you has a look about you, but I don't really think you do.
I must have missed something in the translation of your accent. Smizzy. I don't know what the fuck that is.
The weapon, smith? Like clang, forging weapons?
That'd be a no.
Ah, right. Accent. You have an accent. I don't have an accent.
No fucking
Today is the 41st day of Ion, also known as the 5th question. Last chance of this year to get a free attempt to reach out and ask of Ion herself or of any other mystical beings. Any question you want? One question can be answered with a yes, no, possibly, or short sentence.
You bet
It's the
your
last
ass
chance.
he was doing it.
You guys can make
No,
preparations. You found
I've
that
never been one much for the celestial or the religious part of things, but spending a few days on a plank, I think I found me a little bit of freaking faith.
Raising a few
I
questions.
might ask a question.
I have no interest in gods and mermaids.
it's not just gods, it's more powerful creatures that just know things, but it's understandable.
Titans. Greater beings.
What happened to primordials?
Some became gods. So they say.
Interesting.
They have created and shaped this world and have moved on to the outer planes.
You are asked if you would be interested throughout the day with a little bit of inspiration between Net and you in helping people with asking questions. If that's something you'd be interested in doing.
Say what? I'm so sorry.
You're good. A couple people will come to you and say they're interested in potentially asking for your help in trying to ask a question if you were down to help with the inspiration.
Yeah, I can certainly try to help.
Okay. Golden. Oh, it doesn't even need it. But he'll save it. Ooh, yeah. And this one. Oh, and she's fine. Doesn't even need it. It gives me this one. Ooh. And she doesn't even get her question. And I've got him, who doesn't even get his question. And ooh, gets his question. How's life after that?
The answer is yes.
Yes. So okay.
42.
So they get some questions. So the crew doesn't seem like anybody becomes afflicted with madness. Net is willing to help you again if you'd like. You are also offered another dose of sooth salts.
I'll absolutely take a dose of some soothsalt.
So you get advantage on your intelligence check. How would you like to set up your ritual?
Same as always. She'll bust out some candles. Just below decks.
You're doing what to Dex?
Below decks.
Sounds like a private matter to me.
Okay.
All right, who on the ship is named Dex? Come on now. Gorak Dex. Wait, what?
That's my name.
That's not the
Damn,
name.
somebody's working on some favor.
Summons the Blade of Geb,
Mhm.
some candles, and places her music box in front of her.
Give me an Arcana check with advantage. You also have a D8 on hand,
Does
if need be.
the sooth salts affect that, or is it the...
The sooth salts are what give you advantage
Oh, okay.
on this.
Okay. So, yeah, she does her Arcana.
Finding D20 can double duty is usually a good thing.
I think it's enough. I'm going to do it. Okay, so that's a 21.
Mm-hmm. What was it before then?
13.
Yeah, so you get to ask a question. Ask out your question.
Primordial.
Mm-hmm.
As she does.
4 times before this.
Where is the nearest artifact aside from my blade that will help me destroy or enslave the Marid?
Give me an intelligence saving throw. Natural 1. This is where you... Every other time you've rolled a natural 1 right
That's
now.
true.
The statistically unlikelihood of that
What?
is just
He rolled a 30.
Sooth
First
salts
go.
don't affect this one.
No, it does not. It's intelligence checks. This is a saving throw.
That's an 18.
18. You hear words start to come back to you, and you hear a scream start to come in, which is pulled away. A muddle of different noises comes to you. It's not a language you understand, but at that same exact moment, you see a flash. This right one, I think it would be, because I remember.
Accurately, the flash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Shit.
What's he doing?
Is it red light? Is it purple? Is it yellow light? Is it
Green.
black?
You see the location on the map that was shown to you earlier. The third underwater location where they believe to be a vault of treasures. But you get a feeling of something deeper than that treasure. Something more to that location if you can find it. So underwater location number 3, which was, and I just read it. So I knew it was number 3. Number 3 is south of the New Lands, yes. So when you were looking at the map, it was the one that was down by the offshoot down here.
I can't see.
You can't see where I'm way on the bottom, down by offshoot down here.
Okay.
way down.
They can see. on video. It's on the video. It's all that matters because the camera's high.
That's true.
But so when you watch this over and over and over, you'll know.
Yeah.
But down there, there is something that can help you, but it's beyond the vault. You get a feeling of going deeper. You said you were interested?
Yeah.
Dorgal will offer you sooth salts if you want.
Definitely.
You can take that. And Net will offer to assist you as well. So you can give me an Arcana check with advantage. You also have 1d8, which you can use for your save or for your question.
We shall see. This is my question.
Arcana, to ask a
Oh,
question.
Arcana, 18.
18, yeah. What do you want to ask?
Are my enemies from the Jernhale Thieves Guild still tracking me?
Okay. And you ask that out. Give me an intelligence saving throw. You still have your d8 if you need it at this point. This is where you want to roll low and go mad. Just lose your mind.
No.
Try to avoid that. 15?
15.
Might as well.
Well, damn, make that 23.
Okay.
You also
15
get 13
actually got it on the
temporary
nose.
hit points.
You do. You get 13 temporary hit points. Because you used it on a saving throw.
Those little angel ones.
You ask the question. And you hear back. Looking. Not yet finding. But looking. It's fun being able to just be random extraplanar being a.
Oh, I loved doing that.
Mhm.
You guys were asking questions.
Yeah, always just. And it's just something random every time. Yeah. But this great being of knowledge somewhere says that. Might have been Ione herself. That's probably what Ione sounds like.
Definitely what Ione sounds like.
Anybody else interested in the 41st day?
Nope.
As we continue on.
I got my heads.
Seems like nobody's overcome with madness. However, everybody give me an insight check.
Make an assumption we weren't mad to begin with.
8.
What is this something with me?
I'm great at this, by the way, guys. I definitely pick up on other people's
Oh, yeah.
behaviors.
Dirty 20.
10.
10, 8, 20,
Yep.
16.
60.
Everyone's really jazzed to see. As usual.
The two of you guys notice that there's a bit of strange behavior from the crew on this day. Not necessarily a sign of madness like you'd seen before, potentially, but strange behavior as they seem to be upset with Osnik for something.
Except me, I don't know that.
You don't know. The two of you
Cry
guys
me a
know.
river, build me a bridge, and get the fuck over it.
But is there anything you guys would like to say or do upon understanding and knowing this?
Hila would just be reading one of her Djinn books up on deck.
Wonderful.
And I'd just ask whoever's closest to me, like, what's going on with you guys and Austin?
So whoever's closest to you, that'd be probably Montgomery. Montgomery looking. There is nothing wrong with us and Osnik. He's a great member of our crew.
Everybody just seems kind of a little bit upset with him right now. I don't know. I was just curious.
Quizzes. Happily pushing
Odd.
a swab around the deck. Change my name.
Swap?
There you go.
That is a perfect name.
It seems like he might be hiding something a little bit. He's not the best at lying. Give me an insight, again, for him specifically.
6.
6. You're not sure what it is, though. Something's off, though. Maybe this is just the same thing. You're like, oh, well, no, it's weird. I don't know. But just this odd feeling with people just towards Osnake today.
Bush and a bell. Mouth music.
Okay.
Okay.
Everybody wants to do me a favor real quick and roll me a d20. Find my marker.
That's what you do when you don't mind with labor.
There are double digits on these dice.
10.
Not that one.
I have proven it. 17.
6.
That's fine. You're going to roll 1d4. One day. Or another. The crew's quality score is increased by 1 for 1d4 days. And the hazard ends as the crew conflict is handled without you guys even having to really investigate or delve into it, unless you wish to. Otherwise, we will move on to the 42nd day.
I don't really know anything about it, so
I'll just note that anytime I ask anybody something, that they seem to be being a little bit less than forthcoming or honest. I'll just keep that noted in my head. Like every time I ask somebody something, nobody seems to really want to be telling me anything. So
none of them really wanted to talk on the truthful day.
yeah. So I'm starting to get the vibe that maybe something.
Osnake talked a little bit on the truthful day.
Osnake definitely
Osnake
did.
talked quite a bit on the
That's
truthful
why
day.
It sucks that Hila didn't get in her insight check.
Yeah. Which makes sense. You're like, I would absolutely love to delve into this, but I also don't care enough to pay attention to the people around me
Yep.
to know that I need to delve into this.
Yep, that's 100% right.
Yep. Absolutely.
Do you ever think that maybe your fates might be intertwined?
A lock on my fate.
Oh, give me a
you're talking
d20
about
for the
fate.
42nd day.
Right.
Final day.
16.
16.
16.
Absolutely.
Like your walking fate.
Oh,
or
hey,
your fate,
perfect.
or your
Language barrier.
Perfect.
Fate.
Or
Not
like
your
fate,
fate.
like
Not
the-
your feet.
Alright, your fate, right. Your face?
Could be.
Um,
You're walking on your face.
the 42nd day of Ion, the last day of Ion, the end of the month of knowledge,
Thank you for the gift of knowledge.
the last official day of winter. You still, I mean, winter still carries on a lot of times.
It's chilly.
Even the gods don't get to really be like, nope, today it's done. They basically live in Colorado too.
Well, I mean,
Welcome to Colorado, motherfuckers.
look, Camelot, it exits March the 2nd on the dot. That's all I'm saying. This place is not coming.
Okay, but who?
No cameras here.
The
Camel one, camel
beginning
two.
of the day,
No camels.
you guys come up for food, and Montgomery is in the hall, standing there with a stern look on his face. As you walk in, and he stares at you, Golrak.
What's going on, Montgomery?
It's time for breakfast, is it not?
It certainly is.
I thought I would join you for breakfast.
Okay.
Do you eat Montgomery?
I do not. Which is why I don't come in here often. Unless we're having a meeting.
Montgomery.
How do you think you've been doing on the ship, Golrek?
I try to make myself useful.
You sure do try. He's
Oh,
not trying-
really? Montgomery.
Do you know what would make it a lot better for me?
I guess I do. Obviously, you want to have something to say.
He reaches down under the table and he sets a box in front of you.
Take the box. Okay.
It's full of carpenter's tools. If you'd stop fucking up my tools and use your own.
Why, thank you, Montgomery. That's
Oh,
quite kind of you, sir.
oh.
Slaps the table and he laughs as he walks out of the room.
Is that what he...
That guy's weird, but I like it.
I like his sense
That was
of...
oddly heartwarming.
He certainly had me going.
Well,
There's-
I'd be lying if I said I was less than concerned and curious.
I don't understand his kind. That was pretty good, though.
There's a really nice set of carpenter's tools, and there's a pair of gloves in there as well. The insides of the gloves have like dangly, stringy bits about them, and the outside have they're fine leather gloves. They look a lot like a couple members of the crew have different gloves that look kind of like these, but they're just nice gloves.
And with working with him, my motivation was to try and gain proficiency with the carpenter's tools anyway. How many days would you give me with them already?
I've been tracking how many
Okay.
days you're working on that and how many days it takes. Plus, also there's also these gloves here.
Gloves.
Do you want to do anything with the gloves throughout the day, or?
I'll go to Montgomery and ask him more about them.
Yeah.
Like, I recognize the rest of these tools, but these gloves don't seem to necessarily fit with the rest. Is there anything special about them?
They help you in what it is that I do.
All right.
If you're going to help, you should wear them.
Okay. Then I proceed to just put the box down and stick gloves on it.
Yeah. You put the gloves on, and when you're going, you start to help with working, and it's almost like the gloves have this feeling of moving on their own. As you think to do something, it's almost as the gloves are pulling you along with the track, and you are doing work 10 times better. You can add living gloves, carpenter's tools to your inventory, which are also attuned to you. Problem is that you will need help at some point if you go try to take them off. They don't really want to come off. They almost feel as if they're like glued to you.
Just always wearing gloves now.
They can be removed.
I can prestidigitate Zen cleaner.
There you go. Yeah, just imagine
Just
moving off
clean
the
'em.
wetty and blink.
They're not that sweaty because the little dangly, like furry bits on the inside actually dig into your skin, and they become like a second skin on you.
I think that's worse. Actually.
But you don't necessarily sweat because it kind of blends together a little bit. But yeah, you'll have living gloves, carpenter tools, which gives you expertise. So if you make so what's your strength bonus?
Oh, strength bonus.
Should be about +5, +4, +5. I've literally got it right in front of me.
Plus
+4, yeah. So +4. So if you make a carpenter's tools check, for being on a ship, it's strength carpenter's tools. So you get your +4 for strength, and you get twice your proficiency. So you have +10. So you're technically, while wearing those gloves, as good at fixing the ship as Montgomery is. Montgomery's just better once he takes the gloves off than you are. But you can still continue to work, and we'll add proficiency at some point.
Excellent.
I mean, you're only on your 42nd day. Normally, it takes 8 hours of work for 250 days.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking at for well, this time. It's
to
like,
gain it for free. But you get some stuff that'll help you along your carpentouring. Carpentouring. Your bosoning.
Carpentering.
Your shipwriting.
Carpentering.
You're kind of learning to be a shipwright. You're at the point you're kind of a shipwright. Like you could pull your own, but you're not at the bosun level. Once you get fully trained, you'll hit that level where you could possibly take over as a bosun if you needed to, get your own ship, or if you guys something came along.
I was gonna say I'll take whatever I can with the carpentry tools. I got my smith tool proficiency, so whatever makes me a more capable manual laborer.
Damn good at building.
Yeah,
Build some shit. Fix some shit.
absolutely. Is there anything else that needs to be done on the last day of Knowledge Month of Ion?
Studying poisons. So
So-
calls it.
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Con save. 18.
Okay. Give me an Intelligence check.
12.
But you're working with Draw Poison, which is DC 10, yes? Right? Or is it DC 11?
Scroll it.
Even if it's DC 12, you hit it, you get it.
13. Son of a bitch.
There it is.
It's like, why be like,
It's a 13.
It's a 13. So you do not quite gain proficiency yet. You're going to need a little bit of time, which you're not going to really have as much time. You could bring him out. Yeah.
It's like that
I'm
guy
trying to
that-
remember. I'm
oh,
like,
fuck.
what is? I know it's lower, but that's fine. But you don't expose yourself to it. So you're going to mark off 1 dose of Draw Poison. But you don't have the proficiency quite yet.
2.
You can try to use it, but if you try to use it, you'll have to basically make a check at disadvantage. If you don't, if you make the check, then you're fine. It'll be a dexterity to apply it. But once you get a little bit more training, maybe another week, you'll get it pretty quick though. But it's tricky in trying to apply it without leaving it too wet, because if you leave it too wet, you're finding that it tends to not really sink into the blades and cause them to fall asleep as well as you need them to. You need to apply a layer that almost instantly dries. That way when it gets into the blood, it's the right amount to cause them to fall asleep without being traumatic. And if it's too much poison, it could potentially cause like a little bit of poison damage, but it'll also not cause them to fall asleep.
Well, the issue too is, of course, it is a lot about the application. That's a lot of what the proficiency is coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it makes sense that it takes a while.
Yeah. I mean, it's 250 days for
250
all
days
poisons,
for all poisons,
and you're at.
yeah.
You got the poisons on
Maybe a week after he started with his carpenter tool.
I want to say like the 10th day.
Yeah.
So you've only had them for about 30 days, and you've already gained 1
Yeah.
proficiency. But you're getting there, and they'll come along as it goes through.
They'll all start to make sense once I have enough training in
Mhm, yeah.
each specific style, but yeah, they're difficult.
Yeah.
I get it.
During this time, I know you've been practicing some different instruments
Yeah.
that you're not proficient with. Yes. Which instruments? Which one would you say you focused on the most?
Excellent question. Looking at what I've got here. Don't have a solid answer.
The spoons.
No, right?
Spoons. Hell yeah. Get them spoons.
Yeah.
That's not what I want. Spoons. Just really good with spoons.
I've actually been getting pretty good with spoons.
I was playing some good spoons back in college because I had a very weird theater teacher who made us want to just make music out of random objects. You saw Wojciech. All the little bouncy balls were like hitting the tables.
Probably my pan flute.
Brandon.
And you're not proficient with that yet?
I'm proficient with just the regular.
Or the regular flute, but not the pan flute?
Yeah.
Give me a performance check. On a 40-second day to see how well you've come about using it.
14.
14.
Surprisingly low for me.
That's very low for you. You're getting a lot better with it, but you're not quite at the point where you're proficient. You're going to need a little bit of more time, but you almost got that free proficiency. But you're working with it, and it's coming along and getting better.
It's by far the most difficult instrument I've ever actually played, too.
But you guys continue working, gaining proficiency. As the 42nd day comes to a close, you guys enter into the month of Avandra, and what is commonly known as the Day of Change. It is slightly warmer out. Some of that hints of winter that have been fading seem to not necessarily be there. They may not have been there yesterday. It could be because everybody looks for it today, that it feels like today the seasons are starting to change. Winter's done.
My bad, I thought you was talking about pocket change. I got a little bit, but not much.
Exactly.
Same, unfortunately.
But you are moving into the month of Avandra, the month of change, and the month of luck.
Ela will no longer have her large fur draped over her. She will stuff that in the back fold. And just full traditional desert garb. Herself a genie style.
You all can mark down sorry, inspiration. This inspiration is basically one free luck point for the month of change and the month of luck. At the beginning of the month, you gain just a slight knack of luck that you can reach out to and grab in a moment of need. It will fade in 42 days. You may gain more, you may gain less. It just depends on how the month transforms. We'll use that as marking off inspiration. If you already have inspiration, you still get a luck point though, but we can just track it there. That way, it's an easy way to track.
Already used.
I feel like most people have used their inspiration. But you guys basically have one D20. Anytime you have to roll a D20, you can use this as Avandra, the goddess of luck, is with you. She takes her seat upon the High Council, off in the skies if you believe in that sort of BS. But it is technically the first day of spring. Yesterday was the last day of winter. It is the day of change. It is the day that you guys will be getting set. You travel forward. Early in the day, you guys see this island off in the distance as there's a white ring around this island of a dune reef. It's about half day's travel across. Beyond that, there's a slight ring of water and then rolling hills, tropical trees. Very peculiar. You see a set of rocks that you guys were going to move towards, but they get set. It's early in the day. Food is being prepared.
As per the usual.
You guys hear, everybody, brace yourself. As this call out in your head comes through,
Yeah,
Rush tells you to brace yourself
Bracing.
as a flash goes off. Everything around you changes. And the ship rocks. And comes to a standstill 'cause you guys were a distance away from the island. Now you're looking, and the ship is on the edge of the sand dune, right up against the dune, one of the larger dunes, and it's just set in the middle of this dunes. It seems like in a flash, you guys went a good distance.
What the fuck just happened? Like, I mean, I know what just happened, but what just happened?
We went from
He-
one place
it's,
to another.
That's emergency protocols. We just came aboard. However, the shitty thing with that is that's not something we can do a lot. So we will be stuck here for a little while until we can actually head out. Find out exactly. I know where it is. Where is the thing that I'm looking for?
Unless we feel like pushing this.
Is it the Jolly Roger? Is that the thing that I'm looking for? Banner. Yes, it is the smuggler's banner that we had to use. We've got a smuggler's banner, and what it lets us do is teleport 3 miles. However, we're not going to be able to use it again for a little while, and we're here until we can use it again. Teleport back out in the water, but hopefully, honestly, with the repairs we need to make, we'll probably be done. Probably no sooner than that time, but we're sure. Food's ready. Sorry, the kitchen is a little bit sideways, but eat, and then I guess you guys can fuck off and go do your thing.
Heard fuck off.
Get us some
He
treasure.
was already like walking out and going into the sand.
So that morning, you'll notice that Amanita has another completely different look going on about her. She's got this bubblegum pink hair that is up in these messy little space buns with like cherry blossoms just popping out chaotically. She's wearing all this pastel, flowy, really light colored clothing that just kind of wisps around in the wind next to her.
It is time for spring.
Springtime.
Absolutely.
Gorek's just gathering everything up and preparing for our journey. Whatever I can do.
Lord
It's
Quinn
right in
walks
the back
over.
building.
Yes. When you get back, maybe let me see what your brother looks like in the spring. I like spring. I really like spring.
As
That
Ela's
feels
going
like me or
outside,
not.
as Ela's going outside, she definitely double takes at you,
Juanita, you look amazing.
Thank you, friend.
and she is fully exposed, just like complete genie garb, big ol' like bluish, silvery bow tied off on her waist, and
Quite like your outfit
Pointy
too.
boots. Thank you. I'm going to go where I'm more comfortable. See you all outside.
and just gets as close to the sand and will just like drop herself into the sand,
Absolutely.
hug the dune.
Hmm. And it's a nice, fine white sand.
Sand angels.
We're lugging the boat.
You guys will be lugging the boat. Now, you have 2 options.
That's what I was gonna say. Is like I'm missing my helpers.
So,
They're
you
staying on
have
the damn ship. It's like
the
you guys
bigger
are gonna have to
skiff
carry this
that you
thing.
can take, or you can take the little rowboat.
Try and tell me that slaves are not useful.
I
You
never
can't.
had any argument. Okay.
The argument's never been that the usefulness,
unuseful.
it's the morality to it.
The moral implication of using people and not compensating.
I'm still
But
having
still,
a really hard
I've never
time
expressed an issue.
understanding.
Which ship would you guys like to take? You are going, Net is going, and obviously more than willing to help with whatever. And you are going, and you are going, and you are going, and the rest of the ship is off over here. So this is the traveling party. So if
Wait,
you
can we
need,
can we all fit in a little boat?
you can. It will be tight,
Nice.
but you can make it work.
We can. How long are you going to travel? I could just not be here for 6 hours.
So we're looking
Not
at,
weigh you down.
I mean, a rowboat technically is 2 crew members and 2 passengers, so it would be tight, but you guys could make it fit. You could try to do something, but you're looking at about half day's travel. So probably
Only 6 hours.
like 6-ish hours.
I could not be here for 6 hours.
12 hours.
Now, remember as well, you're lugging it across the sands, which is I mean, it's difficult to an extent. It's harder going up the hills. Coming down the hills, it's not too bad. It's
get in the boat.
waxed well enough that, yeah, I mean, well, more so also just kind of, it'll drag. Depending on how you do it and how you wave the seas, or if you really, like, catch along it, it'll drag well enough in the sand. It's just going to weigh you down. But your travel is including boat time. If you guys want, you can carry the heavier ship. It'll be a more comfortable sail across. It'll be a little bit more to hide if you need to hide anything here. There's no indication of inhabitants on this island whatsoever.
This is the one where there are 2 shrines, right?
No, Silver Mist has 2
Silver
shrines.
Mist Isles has two.
This is the one that has 1 shrine, which you guys can see. You're thinking,
About a day away.
well, no, you're looking. So, we'll do it
Oh,
in
it's
the
in
middle.
the center, isn't it?
It's in the center. So what you're going to do is you're going to have a half day's travel across the dune reef. I'm going to do it upside down, but that's for them, not for you guys, because they're there. But you guys can watch that later, so it's for you as much.
Right.
And it might not even be in frame. Okay. So you're going to have a half day's travel across the dune carrying the boat, and then a half day's travel across the water, which at point you guys will be set to basically be moving into the forest. You'll basically camp right outside of the forest and then start traveling in. You'll have that in, and it'll be about 3 days travel through the forest to the shrine, 3 days back, 1 day to the ship. So you're looking at, what's that,
Solid
6, 8 days? About 8 days. But the ship's like, yeah, we're going to be here for longer than that making repairs. There's rules for repairs. I have them in a book somewhere, but I'd have to look at it. But they're going to have it's going to take them a week or 2 to be repaired and ready to go.
Alright.
But you guys, I mean, it's just 3 days there and 3 days back. Also,
Just only.
shield, armor, and mine sharpener, and blunderfrost.
Thank you.
Mashiri will give you blunderfrost.
And just like not let go of it.
Trust me, I know how to use it. I probably won't even have to.
I still think the little ship would be our most efficient bet. So that's what I think we should do.
It's kind of a break because it's like less time traveling across the sand, but you're also it doesn't have a sail on it, so it'll be more time on the water. This one will travel across the water faster, but will take longer to carry. So I mean, it's kind of a decision. Do you guys want to spend more time in the dunes or more time on the water?
I know Ela's vote
Or I
there.
was like, I know what Ela wants.
Just all the everything.
It's inconsequential to me either way at that point.
I mean, either way, it is pretty inconsequential. Just kind of what you would prefer. It's less comfortable to carry this, but it's more comfortable to travel with that on the water. Also, if you guys gain massive amounts of treasure, this will be probably your better bet for carrying all this massive amounts of treasure that you will gain from whatever this shrine has and whatever
I can
you find.
store a lot of treasure.
Also, I mean, you can, absolutely. Also, you've got the cattails that you need to get
Yes.
for Dorgal.
Zorgal has given me a task again for herbs.
Mhm.
There are important ones that we must avoid if you all are to assist in finding them.
And you can show she has like a picture and it shows the 3 different types.
Yeah.
I wrote it down, but
but you'll have it, and you can sit down. So do you guys want more treasure potential?
Yes.
So you guys will move across.
Yes.
You guys travel across the dunes. It is. I don't know. I'm taking you guys. I'm going to take the ship.
Gorak is so strong. Look at this man.
You travel across the dunes and across the water. You move on to the forest. The first day goes by relatively uneventful. We want to end, so I'm going to move a little bit on. You travel for your first day through the forest. You don't really hear or see anything. It's rainforest. There's
Regular forest. So we camped
like
well
rainforest.
on the beach.
you moved across. You camped well, and you travel for a day, and you set up camp. Set up some tents. Set up watch. You're not really seeing anything though. There's not really any birds. There's not anything. There's really nothing overly significant. You are one day's travel in, about right here. When you go to rest, you all take your long rest. It is the end of the second day of Avandra. As you wake up from rest deep in this forest, traveling 2 days further, as you wake up, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Mickey's not with us.
8.
8. Mickey is not.
15.
15. Do you want to roll for net for me?
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Oh, that is cool.
I'll roll my green.
11.
11.
I'll let you down, buddy.
6, 5. You guys wake up a little groggy, finished trance. It's going through. And you find nothing but darkness. You open your eyes, but nothing is visible around you. You're a 1 day's travel into the Forever Seen Hills. You are all afflicted with blindness. And that's where we're going to end for the day.
Oh, perfect. One's a
Great.
Um,
It's cool.
who all
Like
took
people.
watch?
Watch
I
what?
definitely would have.
You took watch.
Yeah, me too.
You would have taken a watch, taken a watch.
I was like, watch what? I'm blind.
Give me perception. Well, this is from the night before.
Right.
All who watched?
Mm-hmm.
Perception.
Oh, good lord, of course.
15.
Did you take a watch? If you want, yeah.
14.
A harder 8.
I feel like net would have probably taken one as
That's
well.
fine. Go ahead, you roll.
The hardest way possible.
15, 14,
23.
23.
You rolled a 12. I don't know what his bonus is. You would have know what his passives.
He rolled a 12? Okay. You, nothing. You hear something. And it's odd because you travel for a day and you're not seeing... actually, give me an herbalist check. Intelligence. You're not proficient? No?
In herbalism?
Yeah, you're not proficient. With an herbalist kit?
No.
So give me an intelligence check with advantage because people can help with the thing. Let's see if we can get any of these. With advantage? What'd you get?
Nothing?
It's
A
3 and a
5?
4. It's like,
Oh, a 3 and a 4.
5.
5. So you're not
With
finding
the
them.
shit
She
all
did tell you they were deeper in the island. So there was just a small chance you could find them. You can look for them, though. They should be appearing within the second day's travel,
Right.
from what she said.
But I'm definitely blind.
You are blinded.
Great.
And this really rare herb grows on this island. But that'll be fun. But yeah, you guys... and so you heard what you thought was movement, but you didn't actually see anything. The two of you both heard little bits. Traveling through... the first day of travel, you're noticing there's no insects. There's no birds. There's no wildlife. Just all sorts of rainforest tropical plants. But at night, you heard movement and saw stuff. And at one point in the night, you heard a... And you thought you saw a humanoid figure. And as soon as you looked at him, just dissolved into dust. But we're going to end it there with you all blind. 1 day's travel in on the Forever Seen Hills.
Even if 15 didn't make it.
No. Nope. Yeah, the Forever Seen Hills. Afflicted by darkness. Turns out that darkness is.
eyelids.
I mean, your eyes are
So
open.
darkness is
Okay.
not darkness.
Darkness is not darkness. The darkness is mystical blindness.
Darkness
called
is
it?
in us.
But,
Sometimes it sucks to be right.
right, the thing that you will find is, luckily, all you have to do is take a long rest, and the blindness will be gone. You obviously can't take more than one long rest in a day, but you're only blind for a day, and then at the end of your next long rest, you can try to save again.
Try to save. Okay.
And you guys can figure out how we want to go about travel and what's going on as we move through the Forever Seen Hills, blinded.
Right.
Yeah. People who name islands and pirates are dicks sometimes. So,
It's true.
thank you guys so much for joining us. Be sure to like, subscribe, comment, do all that stuff. Definitely comment. I've been asking some questions out there. Also, another fun one. I don't know if you've noticed, but we're starting to name the episodes after things that have happened during the episode, things that we've said. If there was something that made you laugh or that you really enjoyed, and you're like, hey, you should name this episode that, you could throw it on there and maybe get that. In the future, I have this awesome idea where everybody's going to be commenting on that, but people can comment on that with a super thank, which is basically you, or if you're watching it live, a Rumble rant, where you can basically be like, here's $1 and a comment, and then we'll see it. It'll be separated out. Anybody who does that will be entered to win prizes. That's in the future, because obviously no one's even commenting normal, so we don't have to differentiate. But maybe there will be a prize. There'll be, I mean, if you comment and do that, you'll at least get a shout out. Be like, oh, hey, last episode was this. So and so named that. So comment what you think, whatever you liked. Other than that, we will start off next week in the Forever Seen Hills with a party that is afflicted by blindness, trying to figure out how they're going to travel through a jungle whilst blind. And it should be fun. Luckily, the ship has a couple weeks.
Yeah, this could take a while, guys.
It's like they needed extra time, right?